Test 1, 2. Test. Test. Check.
Placings in our first class of purebred bucks, class 201. First place, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Now entering the ring, class 202.
We want to welcome everyone to our Dairy Goat Show. We want to welcome our judge, Justin Bassett, is from Fort Worth, Texas. He's been judging with ADGA for 11 years, and he's been raising dairy goats since 1992 when he began it as a 4-H project. He currently raises Nubians under the herd name River Grace, along with his wife and 3 daughters, and he works as a realtor in Texas. We're currently on class 209, senior does under 2 years old that have freshened. There are 6 in the class.
All right, starting off the Dairy Goat Show this morning with the class of under 2 Nigerian dwarf does. A really beautiful class of does. I really admire, especially the top half of this class. Starting off with the doe that feels a pretty easy top to the class. She combines that correctness about her mammary system with a lot of depth. When you look at these two does side by side, we just see a lot more strength in that front end assembly. We see more depth into the chest floor. We see more substance and body capacity, depth into the hard girth, depth into the rear barrel. She's wider through the thurls, wider through the front legs into that chest floor. Then we see with the doe here in 2. She will grant slightly to the height of rear udder on our second place doe, although she's wider in the rear udder when you look at the mammary systems. 2 and placing over 3, just more securely attached to that body wall. When you look at the mammary systems, we stand behind these two does. We just see so much more area of attachment to that mammary system. In general appearance, she levels out more and from hips to pins on the move. She's smoother blended for the neck into the shoulders. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. Advantage in that mammary system is that extension of forudder. You have to be careful in this doe. She has that she's razored or very shortly clipped all the way into that forudder, kind of deceiving a little bit. There's not a ton of capacity in that forudder, but I will say that still, when you look at just even without that, you look side profile, we just see more extension of that forudder. We see more levelness from hips to pins. We see a little more upstangus on the move. We see a little more substance and strength in this doe than we see in the doe in 4. Closer placing in 4 and 5, just more upstandingness on the move, more angulation in rear leg set. And then 5 placing over 6, mammary system, just more correct texture, more correct width of rear udder, dairy strength, more openness, more flatness of bone, more sharpness and angularity. The 6th place doe, I love the body capacity of this doe. I love the depth of this doe. I love the correctness in that rear leg. I love the width of rump on this doe. Just want to see more mammary system, more correct texture, mammary system, more correct capacity and balance to that mammary system to use her higher in the class today.
before I got a chance to get down there.
Okay, I was like I went down a lot.
Results of class number 209, sixth place, Charlie Hoffpower from Calcasieu. Fifth place, fourth place, Louisiana bred, Riley Raffio, St. Tammany. Fourth place, Christopher Spicer, Sulphur FFA. Third, Louisiana bred, Juliana Gerard, St. Martin. Second Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis, Tangipahoa. And first Louisiana bred, Aubrey Richard from Calcasieu. Coming into the ring, we have class 210, senior does, January 1 to December 31, 2023. There's 37 in the class.
Placings in class 202, 11th place, Preston Shaffett, Livingston. 10th place, Terry Guillory, Calcasieu. 9th place, Hayden Guillory, Calcasieu. 8th place, Bella Quave, St. Tammany. 7th place, Shelby Pitts, St. Tammany. 6th place, Avery Gerald, St. Tammany. 5th place, Madison Sistrunk, West Carroll. She was also second place Louisiana bred. Fourth place, Morley Johnson, Lafayette. Third place, Hayden Daigle, Ascension. Second place, first place Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Quartarero, East Baton Rouge. First place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. We're now ready for our purebred buck drive. Class 1, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Class 2, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. Our champion registered buck goes to Berkeley Lee St. Tammany. Reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Charlie Ann Quartarero, East Baton Rouge. And our reserve champion Louisiana bred goes to Madison Sistrunk, West Carroll. We're now moving into our purebred doe show. Now entering the class 205. Placings in Class 205. Third place, Isaac Martin, Lincoln. Second place, Charlie Ann Quartarero, East Baton Rouge. And first place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. Now entering the ring, Class 206.
All right, this is our class of 37 does. A tremendous class. So many quality does in here. Unfortunately, because it's a February class, we have a lot of does that are in very different seasons. We have some does in this class that have been in milk for almost a year. We have does in this class that have just recently freshened, and we have does in this class that are dry. We have a lot of does in this class that have even never kidded, over 2 years old, and never freshened, and they're over 2 years old. So when we're looking at the AGA scorecard, since they're over 2 years old, we're evaluating does on the senior doe scorecard, which 35% of that's mammary system. So obviously, when we started to look at that balance of the scorecard with the 35% of general appearance and 35% of mammary system being the two high point categories, I started pulling does in this first line that I felt like exemplified as much of those 70 points as we could. And so if you're not in this first line, it's because your doe is probably just not in a place where, when you're comparing it to these does in this first line, where they're not in milk this morning, or they're just not showing the correctness of that mammary system that we want to see. I did pull a couple of dry does out. I felt like they were really strong in general appearance, and I felt like the attachment was there, even though we weren't seeing the capacity. But I'm going to work with these 12, 13 does, whatever it is over here. And so you guys are dismissed. Thank you so much for bringing your does out. If you have any questions about this class or any questions about your animal, please feel free to ask me after the class. Thank you so much.
Check. Check. Where, that's coming back there. No, it's coming. Hello, over there.
All right, just a really tremendous class of 2-year-old does. Once I got these, I guess about 12 does out here, 13 does out here. Just really the does that we wanted to work with today. They just really kind of put together all those 4 components of the scorecard. I felt like this doe here at the head of the line is just a pretty easy top for this class. Just a tremendous balance across the 4 areas of the scorecard. She shows the advantage in levelness over the back and rump in terms of general appearance. She shows the advantage in the mammary system, just being replacing mammary system. This would easily be the first place udder in the class. Very balanced inside profile. She's more balanced inside profile. She's higher in that rear udder than we see with their doe here in 2 today. 2 placing over 3, just mainly there's some trade-offs with these 2 does. I just feel like this doe is so much stronger in the front end assembly. She's more extended forward in that brisket. She's deeper into the chest floor, just holding those front legs a little stronger and straighter under those withers than what we see with this doe here in 3. So much more depth of body into that rear barrel and so much more width when you get behind her. She's wider from thorough to thorough. She's going to yield some to just the height of that rear udder and the dairy strength and length of this 3rd place doe. It is that dairiness and length. I just feel like this doe is such a perfect silhouette of what a dairy goat should look like in terms of a 2-year-old doe, especially. And if you took a picture of this doe and didn't have any context to know her size, you would think she was maybe a big, long, rangy Saanen type 2-year-old doe. And so I feel like she's a type of dairy goat we want to certainly see in the Nigerian division, being that she's very correct in terms of when we look at that scorecard, the AGA scorecard doesn't make any distinction between a standard doe and a miniature doe. And so when we look at her in her context, I feel like she's just a very correct 2-year-old Nigerian dwarf doe. It is for that general appearance, that levelness. It's for that dairy strength, that angularity, that openness that she's placing over a doe here in 4 today. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. I switched these 2 at the last minute. Just a lot more dairy strength with this 4th place doe. She's longer in the neck. She's sharper in the withers. A little more balanced inside profile to that mammary system. 5 placing over 6, just holding that udder floor, holding that attachment to that mammary system so much more correctly up against that body wall. When you look at these 2 does inside profile, that rear udder just sits a lot more snugly up into that body wall than what we see with the this doe here in 6. So much she's holding that udder floor higher above the hocks. She's more correct in placement of teats when viewed from the rear. Once again, those teats are just a little more correctly where they're supposed to be. And then she's deeper into the chest floor when you look at her in the front end. 6th placing over 7. This is another really close placing. I just felt like a little more dairy strength with this doe here in 6. She's sharper in the wither. She's more open in the ribbing. I really admire this 7th place doe for the general appearance. So not quite the mammary system, the balance that we're seeing, the capacity we're seeing with the does in front of her, but she's just so strong in general appearance. It's for that reason that she's placing over the doe behind her today. 7 in her turn, placing over 8. It's advanced today in that mammary system. When you get your hands on it, just a much more correct texture to that mammary system. She in her turn is also much more correct in dairy strength today, particularly in that neck and just that overall flatness of bone. The brown doe over the kind of the brindle colored doe behind her. Just that advantage today in mammary system overall capacity and balance in relation to her frame. And then the brown doe placing over the 4 does behind her. We have does that just aren't quite in bloom in terms of either they're not quite where they need to be in terms of their lactation. Either they're dry and they're just not showing that attachment that we want to see and that capacity and balance we want to see, or in the case of the doe here at the 3rd from the end, just so much more body capacity and depth and strength than what we're seeing with the doe here at 3rd from the end. Thank you.
Results of Class 210 on our Dairy Goat side. 10th place, Riley Spicer, Hackberry FFA. 9th, 8th Louisiana bred, Eiley Bertrand, Calcasieu. 8th, Avery Phillips, Ascension. 7th Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis, Tangipahoe. 6th Louisiana bred, Kate Hoffpower, Calcasieu. 5th Louisiana bred, Remy Broussard, Cameron. 4th Louisiana bred, Reese Gaines, Cameron. 3rd Louisiana bred, Kyla Delott, St. Tammany. Second Louisiana bred, Camille Pridgeon, Vermilion. And first Louisiana bred, Juliana Gerard, St. Martin. Class number 211, senior does are 3-year-olds. They're 22 in the class.
Placings in Class 207. 8th place, Chloe Clark, Sabine. 7th place, Aubrey Gray, Ascension. 6th place, Allison Davis, Bossier. 5th place, Jada DeVille, Iberville. 4th place, Jace Cortez, St. James. 3rd place, 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Kaylee McDonald, Caddo. 2nd place, 1st place, Louisiana bred, Sadie Cox, St. Tammany. 1st place, Mary Claire Ratliff, Vernon. Now entering the ring, Class 208. Mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. I think it's only coming down there. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, 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 test.
Show them the gate.
All right, so I went ahead and pulled out the 10 does that we're going to work with today. Once again, based on general appearance, mammary system, we're talking about 70 points there, especially with these does that are showing more capacity of mammary system, showing a little more correctness of dairy strength today. And a lot of that is, when we have does that are either really recently fresh or does that just haven't freshened, or in some cases haven't freshened before at all. And then we have does that are just maybe they freshened a year ago and they're still just kind of stale at this point because they don't have any milk. And I can't really see a lot of that area of attachment to that mammary system to go ahead and give them points in that 35-point category of mammary system. It makes it really tough when you have 10 does out here that are, so especially some of these does in this line are very correct, very strong does that would place very highly, not just in a youth show, but also place highly in an AGA open show. So this are the 10 does I'm going to work with. Thank you so much for bringing your does out. And once again, it really comes down to when I was able to look and evaluate does on all four components of the scorecard, I found 10 does pretty easily. I was able to move into this first line. Thank you so much.
Placings in Class 208. 11th place, Carter Landry, Iberville. 10th place, Rita Mack, St. Tammany. 9th place, Aubrey Terrio, Acadia. 8th place, Taylor Rayner, Webster. 7th place, Cameron Hudspeth. And 2nd place, Louisiana Bread, Livingston. 6th place, Carson Landry, Iberville. 5th place, Briggs Trebot, Ascension. 4th place, first place, Louisiana Bread, Hayden Daigle, Ascension. 3rd place, Jermaine Pitts, Tangipahoa. 2nd place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. 1st place, Mary Claire Ratliff, Vernon.
All right, so our class of what's quite a lot louder here of three-year-old does here in our Nigerian dwarf division, and I'm starting off with the doe that just really just puts it all together for me so correctly in general appearance and mammary system today. It is that advantage in mammary system and balance and side profile. We see more extension. We see more smoothness in that forudder. We see more height and just see more desirable balance when you look at that mammary system. She's also the who shows us a little more depth of body into that rear barrel and spring of rib. And she's more upstanding on the move than we see with our doe here in 2. Love the front end assembly of our 2nd place doe. There's just so much more substance and strength to this doe in 2, placing her over 3. She's more extended forward in the brisket. She's deeper into the chest floor. She's stronger in those front legs than what we see with our doe here in 3 today. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. General appearance, she's a little more level. She moves out about the ring. She's a little more dairy and open. She doesn't have quite the capacity we see with the doe behind her in 3, but she's holding that udder floor more securely up against that body wall than we see with the doe here in 4. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. Mammary system, just much more balance and side profile, more correct texture when you get your hands on this mammary system. 6 placing over 7 today. Just a doe that's just so much stronger in that front end assembly. I just love the depth in that front end, the tightness of the point of elbow, and the extension of brisket. She shows a more desirable shape to that mammary system than what we see with this doe here in 7. I'm sorry, 6. 6 in her turn is placing over 7 today. Just a more dairy doe. It's a hard-working, productive doe. She doesn't have that desirable shape we want to see and the desirable delineation and size of teat we want to see. But overall, she's a doe that's just very hardworking, very dairy, very sharp and angular, and she's very balanced and capacious in that mammary system. It is that capacity and balance while yielding some to the height of udder floor on this black and white doe behind her. The black and white doe placing over the black doe in a really similar placing. Just felt there was a bit more correctness in general appearance, particularly in that front end assembly into that chest floor. And then the doe here, the black doe placing over the gold doe, more symmetry between the halves when viewed from the rear, more height of her udder, more dairy strength and length of neck. And the doe second from the end over the doe at the end. She's more correct in teat placement and side profile. She's stronger in that forudder, and she's more level from hips to pins on the move.
Yep. Results of class number 212, senior does, 3-year-olds. Results in class number 211. 10th place, Addison Spicer, Cameron. Ninth place, Leticia Espinada Borges, Slidell High, FFA. Eighth place, Riley Raphael, St. Tammany, she's also fifth Louisiana bred. Seventh, fourth Louisiana bred, Lena Gudo Vermillion. Sixth, Claire Petrie Terrebonne. Fifth, third Louisiana bred, Eli Ernest Vermillion. Fourth, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. Third, second Louisiana bred, Aubrey Richard Calcasieu. Second, Camille Pridgeon Vermillion. First Louisiana bred, Juliana Gerard St. Martin. Class number 212, senior does. 4-year-olds are coming into the ring. There are 22 in the class.
Placings in class 209. Sixth place, Avery Gerald, St. Tammany. Fifth place, Kinley Howard, St. Tammany. Fourth place, second place, Louisiana bred, Ruth Bickham, Iberville. Third place, first place, Louisiana bred, Preston Shaft, Livingston. Second place, Ella Bailey, Livingston. First place, Jermaine Pitts, Tangipahoa. Now entering the ring, class 210.
All right, once again, we had 22 in this class of 4-year-olds, some beautiful does, and really in the second line we have some really nice does in terms of body capacity, in terms of general appearance, just not quite, once again, the balance of the scorecard across all 4 areas. I'm going to work with these does here in the first line. Thank you so much.
Placings in Class 210, fourth place, Haley Daigle, Ascension. Third place, Emma Boudreau, Point Capee. Second place, Louisiana bred, Sadie Cox, St. Tammany. First place, Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Quartarero, East Baton Rouge. Now entering the ring, Class 211. Placings in Class 211. Second place, first place, Louisiana bred, Kaylee Domain, Lafouche. First place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. Now entering the ring, Class 212.
Oh, sorry, class of 4-year-olds. Is there 4-year-old does? Is there 4s? Yep. 4-year-old does here in our Nigerian dwarf division. I'm starting off with a doe that, once again, I just feel like this doe is not only is this doe really an easy top to this class in the state 4-H show here in Louisiana. This is the type of doe that I think would be very competitive in pretty much any AGA Open Nigerian dwarf. Just the type of doe we want to see. The balance and general appearance, the correctness over the back and rump, the correctness of feet and legs with that strong mammary system, that dairy strength, openness, angularity of frame. Just it puts all the components together. It's for that dairy strength and length of neck, length of bone, balance the mammary system capacity, depth of body into the front end, depth into the rear barrel, upstandingness, all of the whole package that puts her over our balance of the class, and also our doe here in 2. 2 in her turn placing over 3 in a closer placing, just a lot more depth of body to this doe, more balance inside profile, the mammary system. 3 in her turn placing over 4. just a much more correct doe in dairy strength and general appearance. I just like where those front legs are a little more correctly. I like the upstandingness on this doe. I like the length of neck and the sharpness in the withers. Over our doe here in 4. However, our doe here in 4 is just so much deeper bodied than our 5th place doe. She's longer, she's more upstanding on the move. I will give her, I don't know that she has quite the extension of forudder, so I will grant that to our 5th place doe. It is that forudder and balance, as well as the angulation of her leg set, placing over the black and white doe behind her. This black and white doe placing over the bay colored doe behind her. Just a bit more upstanding on the move, a bit more dairy and open and incurving in the thigh. And angular throughout than this bay colored doe. The bay colored doe is so much more symmetrical between the halves when viewed from the rear. The brown doe placing over the broken chamois doe behind her, a lot more body capacity and depth. And this doe here placing over really, as we move back in the line, we're losing correctness in terms of area of attachment to that mammary system. We're losing capacity in relation to the frame. And these does at the end of the line are all dry. I do want to call out this doe here. I moved this doe here I even consider putting her higher in the class today because she's so strong in general appearance. I love the general appearance and levelness over the back and rump. And in particularly between those 2 does behind her, she's just much more dairy and much more correct in terms of general appearance than the 2 does behind her. Thank you so much.
Placings in Class 212. Second place, Amelia Dupuy, St. Tammany. First place, Asher Deach, Calcasieu. Now entering the ring, Class 213.
Results of Class 212, our 4-year-old Nigerian dwarf does. 10th place, Arlen 10th place, Arlen Grimion from Evangeline. 9th, 8th Louisiana bred, Sarah Jones, St. James. 8th, Copeland Campbell, Calcasieu. 7th Louisiana bred, Charlie Hoffpower, Calcasieu. 6th Louisiana bred, Jesse Myers, Cameron. 5th Louisiana bred, Ashlyn Nunez, Rapides. 4th Louisiana bred, Chandler Fontenot, Livingston. 3rd Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis, Tangipahoa. 2nd Louisiana bred, Aubrey Richard, Calcasieu. And first Louisiana bred, Camille Pridgeon, Vermilion. In the ring now, we have our final class of Nigerian Dwarf Senior Does, 5-year-old and older. There are 16 in the class. After the selection of class 213, we're going to have our Nigerian Dwarf Senior Doe champion, and then we're going to start with our Nubian Senior Does.
Placings in class 213. 6th place, Aiden Richardson, Rapides. 5th place, 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Jesse Locks, West Baton Rouge. 4th place, first place, Louisiana bred, Madison Sistrunk, West Carroll. 3rd place, Isabella Barfoot, St. Tammany. 2nd place, Henry Deach, Calcasieu. 1st place, Mary Claire Ratliff, Vernon. Now entering the ring is our final class 212, 214. Placings in Class 212, second place, Louisiana bred, Jesse Locks, West Baton Rouge. First place, Louisiana bred, Cooper Lalonde, St. Tammany. We're now ready for our drive. There are 2 loose baby Nubians near Calcasieu Owl.
All right, another really nice class of Nigerian dwarf does here in our age doe class. Really impressed with the overall strength of general appearance. We look at this lineup of does. We don't have a lot of capacity in mammary system. We have a lot of dry does in this class. Almost the majority of this class is either dry or has kids on them. And just not showing a lot of bloom today in the mammary system. But we look at the first 3 does in this lineup, all really correct in the mammary system. The advantage for me lies with this doe here, the head of the line, in general appearance and body capacity. In general appearance, she's deeper into that rear barrel. In body capacity, she's deeper into that rear barrel. In general appearance, she's more upstanding. She's more correct on her feet and legs. She's more level when she moves out about the ring than our doe here in 2. 2 placing over 3, just a more dairy doe. She's longer boned. She's a doe that's a little higher in that rear udder in terms of mammary system than what we see with our doe here in 3. 3 placing over 4, just so much more balance in that mammary system while giving up so much strength and depth and general appearance to our 4th place doe. So our first dry doe in the class. I just love the depth of this doe. I love the strength of general appearance. She puts all that together on a 9-year-old frame. So that's certainly something to be commended. It is that general appearance that really takes her over the balance of the class. 4 in her turn, placing over, 5 in her turn, placing over 6 today. Advantage in her turn, just a much more smoothly blended doe. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the shoulder, so much stronger in that front end assembly and deeper into that chest floor. The black buckskin placing over the tan doe behind her, so much deeper into that rear barrel, shows more arch to that rear udder. The tan doe placing over the kind of the grayish colored buckskin doe behind her, just stronger in general appearance, particularly over that top line on the move. Placing over this white doe, just a little more smoothly blended and a little more correct in terms of the feet and legs on that doe, the placement of those forelegs. The gray doe placing over this buckskin doe behind her. The advantage in her turn is mammary system. We just see more balance and capacity and extension of forudder. This kind of grayish, light-colored buckskin placing over the white doe. So much stronger in general appearance. So she's more level from hips to pins. She's stronger in those rear legs, stronger in those forelegs. And this white doe, the white doe placing over the buckskin doe behind her, so much deeper bodied. This is a 5-year-old doe, and I just want to see so much more depth and substance and strength with this doe to move her higher in the class. I love the top line. I love the strength of feet and legs, but she looks more like a 2-year-old or a yearling. I want to move her. I want to see a lot more depth and substance and strength to move her higher in the class today. And this 2 does here at the end of the line. Nice pair of does here. The advantage for me, just a little more depth, a little more dairiness and length of neck to the doe. Second from the end over the doe at the end today.
All right.
Results of class number 213, Nigerian Dwarf Does. 10th place, 3rd Louisiana bred, Sarah Jones, St. James. 9th, Lynn Terrebonne, Fontainebleau High, FFA. 8th, William Blackwell, Boyette Junior High, FFA. 7th, Colton Hess, Terrebonne. 6th, Dean Johnson, West Feliciana. 5th, Aubrey Richard, Calcasieu. 4th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie, Terrebonne. 3rd, Lexi Sims, Slidell High, FFA. 2nd, Ashlyn Nunez, Rapides. And 1st Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis from Tangipahoa. We're now selecting our champion Nigerian Dwarf Senior Doe. Coming into the ring from class number 209 is Aubrey Richard from Calcasieu. Class 210, Juliana Gerard, St. Martin. 211, Juliana Gerard, St. Martin. Class 212, Camille Pridgeon, Vermilion. And class 213, Tyler Francis, Tangipahoa. After we select our Nigerian Dwarf Senior Doe, we're moving on to our Nubian Senior Does.
Let me hear you. Let me hear you say it. Come on, Margot.
At the conclusion of the purebred doe drive, we will have our selection for the educational goat trip.
All right, this is our lineup here, beautiful lineup here of Nigerian dwarf does, starting with our yearlings here at the head of the line, all the way down to our 5-year-old. We see in this first line some just very productive, very dairy does. They're also very strong in general appearance. When we look at just as we see from youngest to oldest, we certainly see that increasing depth of body and strength and substance and depth that we certainly want to see with these older productive animals that show they've had multiple freshenings under their belt. That show they're obviously able to produce a lot of milk over the longevity of their lifetime. Also, just once again very productive, but also just really holding up well and having the conformation to really support that mammary system and support that body is such an important aspect. When we look at this lineup here, these 3 does here in the middle really jump out as contenders today for champion. And when we look at the 3-year-old and 4-year-old, I do think they're stronger in general appearance and they're a little deeper bodied than this 2-year-old. Not taking anything away from the strength, especially in the foreudder of this 2-year-old doe. So I'm going to look at here the 3-year-old doe and the 4-year-old doe and look at general appearance. We see a doe in this 3-year-old doe. It's a little more upstanding. She's not quite as strong, not quite as wide from rump to thorough to thorough in her rump structure as you see with this 4-year-old doe. She's more dairy. She's sharper, longer in the neck, sharper in the withers, and then she's higher in the rear udder and so balanced in that side profile and wide in that rear udder. Just such a dairy, strong, angular, sharp doe. Today our champion will be this 3-year-old. And then I think it gets a little closer when we look at the 4-year-old doe, and then we look at the 2-year-old doe, and then we look at the second place 3-year-old doe behind her. But I'm going to stay with this 4-year-old doe. I think, once again, she's so strong in general appearance. She's stronger in the front end than our 2-year-old doe, and she's so much more balanced in the mammary system than our second place 3-year-old doe. Our 4-year-old doe will be our reserve champion.
Excellent outcome said. I'm not going to go through and talk all of these. We need to acknowledge that these are awfully good kids. We've got some good ones that are coming from many different classes, and we've got differences out here in terms of shape. We've got differences in terms of the traditional boar look. Some are spotted up, some are colored. We've got a little bit of everything. As I go out here to select our champion, let's give them a big round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of our Nigerian Dwarf Senior Does. Our champion and champion Louisiana bred Senior Doe is Juliana Gerard from St. Martin. And our reserve champion and reserve champion Louisiana bred is Camille Pridgeon from Vermilion. We're starting with our Nubian Senior Does. Nubian Senior Does.
Our champion purebred doe goes to Mary Claire Ratliff, Vernon Parish, and our reserve champion goes to Asher Deach, Calcasieu. We're now picking our champion and reserve champion Louisiana bred.
All right, nice group of 2-year-old does here. Starting off the doe that's a little more correct in dairy strength. When you get your hands on her, she's more open in the rib. She's higher in that rear udder. She's showing more correct texture when you get your hands on that mammary system than what we see with our doe behind her. And she's a little long, back to dairy strength, she's a little longer bone than this doe behind her in 2. 2 placing over 3, just so much more depth of body and substance. She's deeper into that chest floor. She's more extended forward in that brisket. She's better from thorough to thorough. Deeper into the rear barrel than we see with this doe here in 3. This doe here in 3, just an immature doe compared to these 2 does in front of her. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just where we see her today in terms of how she compares to the does in front of her. This is the type of doe that, Nubian does don't stop growing until they're 4, in some cases 5 years old. So you may look back at this class in 3 years and you see this doe is caught up and is really maybe even past these 2 does in front of her in terms of size and substance. She's just not there yet today. So as we see this class today, it is that strength and substance placing 1 and 2, and that depth of body and body capacity, as well as just that width that 1 and 2 are placing over a doe here in 3 today. Thank you.
So as we get into this second drive, we're doing our Louisiana bred champion and reserve. These goats were bred and raised right here, either by the exhibitors or purchased, I assume, from a Louisiana breeder, and that's a pretty big deal. We have this in our part of the world, and I'm from Illinois, but we don't have near this many come out, and probably not near this quality. So I certainly commend them. I'll go out and select our champion and reserve Louisiana bred. Let's put our hands together again, if you would, please.
Our grand champion Louisiana bred goes to Charlie Ann Corderero, Class 6, East Baton Rouge, and our reserve champion Louisiana bred goes to Charlie Ann Corderero, Class 10, East Baton Rouge.
Results of class number 309 are Nubian senior does. Third Louisiana bred, Caleb Murray, St. Tammany. Second Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejean Lafouche. And first Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean Lafouche. We're working on class number 310, our Nubian senior does. These are our 2-year-olds. There are 17 entries.
as we get into our first percentage buck class. We've got two nice ones out here. The buck that leads the class is just the more massive, more muscular buck. He's one that's bigger in terms of his rib cage. He handles with more muscle down his top and out there through his hip, I think put together extremely well. Nice kind of buck to start the class. To take nothing away from the young man's in second, because this one gives you a great profile. He's cool in terms of his neck, extra long in his top. He's built right, just a little more immature relative to the one that wins the class. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 301, percentage buck. Second place, Louisiana bred, Jace Cortez, St. James. First place, Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Quarterera, East Baton Rouge. Now entering the ring, Class 302. Placings in Class 302. Fifth place, second place, Louisiana bred, Kason Sistrunk, West Carroll. Fourth place, Preston Schaff, Livingston. Third place, first place, Louisiana bred, Madison Sistrunk, West Carroll. Second place, Molly Bailey, Livingston. First place, Ruth Bickham, Iberville. Now entering the ring is Class 303. Placings in Class 303, sixth place, Samuel Giat, West Baton Rouge. Fifth place, Jonah DeVille, Iberville. Fourth place, Kaylee Giat, West Baton Rouge. Third place, second place, Louisiana Bred, Jada DeVille, Iberville. Second place, Brighton Kiger, Livingston. And first place, Kaylee McDowell, Caddo. We're now picking our champion percentage buck. Our champion in Champion Louisiana Bred goes to Charlie Ann Quartararo, East Baton Rouge. Our reserve champion and reserve champion Louisiana Bred goes to Kaylee McDonald, Caddo.
All right, nice class of Nubian senior does. I'm starting off with a pair with some trade-offs in this pair. Let's go here in one. Just to me, when I look at the strength of mammary system and dairy strength, she's stronger, while certainly yielding some to the body capacity of our second place doe. But is that mammary system, the height of her udder, the overall area of attachment, the balance, the height of the udder floor, the extension of forudder, the texture when you get your hands on, just a more desirable mammary system on this doe. She's more nearly level from hips to pins and on the move. She's more angulated in that rear leg set. She's more dairy with longer neck, sharper in the withers. She's going to yield some to the depth and to the rear barrel and the width from thorough to thorough of our second place doe. Our second place doe placing over our third place doe, just a lot more depth and substance and strength. She just really shows us more body capacity into that rear barrel. Third placing over four, just a more smoothly blended, well-attached mammary system. She's stronger in that rear leg set as well. Four in her turn placing over five, more balance and capacity in the mammary system. Five placing over six, once again, more balance in the mammary system, more smooth blending and general appearance. Six placing over seven, more symmetry and balance between the halves. This doe here in six, I assume maybe she has kids on her or something. She's just very uneven with that mammary system. From the side profile, I would love to move her high. I think I could easily move her higher in the class. When I look at her from the rear, she's just not balanced at all in that mammary system. She is placing over the big dry doe behind her for the dairy strength she's showing us today. and that willingness to milk. I love the big length of this dry doe here. I love the general appearance of this doe. I love the correctness of feet and legs. I love the rump angle and strength of this doe over the top line. It is for that strength that she's placing over the balance of the class. Thank you.
Placing in class 304, second place, Louisiana bred, Carson Cortez, St. James. First place, Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Quartararo, East Baton Rouge.
Results of class number 310 are Nubian senior does. 10th place, 3rd Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie Terrebonne. 9th place, Jace Thayard from Tangipahoa. 8th, Colton Hess from 2nd Louisiana bred. 7th, Kiara McDaniel from Wynn. 6th, Annalise Neely from St. Landry. 5th, Cohen Walters from Ascension. 4th, 1st Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean Lafouche. 3rd, Brett Milton Livingston. 2nd, Morgan Lejean Lafouche. And 1st, Jenna Stelly Landry. Class number 311, our 3-year-old senior Nubian does is coming into the ring. There are 11 in the class.
Placings in class 305, fourth place, second place, Louisiana bred, Kason Sistrunk, West Carroll. Third place, Chloe Smith, East Carroll. Second place, Aniston Trebeau, West Baton Rouge. First place, Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Quartararo, East Baton Rouge. Now entering the ring, class 306.
All right, this is our class of 4-year-olds. These are 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds of our Nubian does. I'm starting off with the doe that I feel like she's the most balanced today. And you look at the scorecard, she's stronger than doe behind her in general appearance, more angulated in that rear leg set, straighter and stronger in those forelegs. She's deeper into the chest floor. She's longer neck, longer bone pattern throughout. She's holding the udder floor so much higher, and she's just a more desirable shape to that mammary system, and more height to that rear udder and viewed from the rear compared to this doe here in 2. Our doe here in 2 placing over our doe here in 3, just more dairy, longer in the neck, sharper throughout, more angular in the thigh. She's a little more correct in that mammary system in terms of area of attachment and height of that rear udder. 3 in turn placing over 4, just so much deeper. She's deeper into the chest, deeper into that rear barrel. She's more level over the chine on the move than what we see with their doe here in 4 today. 4 in her turn placing over 5, just so much more desirable shape to that mammary system. And she's going to yield some to the capacity of this doe in 5, but she's just showing more attachment. She shows more dairy strength than what we see with this doe here in 5 today. 5 in her turn placing over 6, just some much more desirable balance and side profile, and that extension and capacity and width of fore udder than we see with the black doe here. The black doe placing over the balance of the class. Either we're not seeing the correctness of mammary system in terms of the area of attachment or the balance and symmetry between the halves, or we're not seeing a mammary system case of the 2 dry does behind her. It is that balance and side profile and that dairy strength and willingness to milk that she's showing us that places her over the balance of the class today. Thank you. Thank you.
As we work into this class, we've got a really nice one to start off with. This young lady's brought some good ones out, and I think this one's maybe as much quality as any that we've had. When I stop and study this one from a profile, we're really balanced, we're really proportional. I think she's so good. Her extra special parts are when you get your hands on her. She's so big as she comes out of her shoulder into that upper rib cage, her loin, her hip, all of those things. She goes the right direction in terms of her feet and legs. I like that one a great deal. Likewise, the one in second here, just a little more up and out in terms of femininity up through that front end. I appreciate that. We're not maybe as open up and massive, but we've got more than enough here. This one's got a lot of quality, a lot of presence, a lot of look. Like this goat a great deal. Young lady brings this one in third that's just a little more moderate. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. She probably doesn't hold herself together quite as well in terms of her poise and posture that we find in our first 2, but still a lot of good right there, that young lady's goat. Coming in fourth, here's an extra long-bodied, shallow-chested kind of a goat. I like her. I love her up through her front 2/3. I'd like to change her just a little bit, that hip and hind leg, in terms of her skeletal build and structural correctness. Coming next, young lady's goat. She's getting a little help here from our ring. This thing, when you get that head up, she's really cool up through there. I love her profile. If you talk about angularity to joints, how front end should be assembled, how rear leg should be, she does it well. Does she have as much power as some of the others? No, she doesn't, but we sure like this one's build. Coming next, here's one with more bone and feature. I like that a great deal. I don't know that I'm as in love with her hip and hind leg, but I'd like to say some real positive things in terms of her growth, her performance, her extra feature. All of those things are positive for us. Just want to put her in a little neater package. Coming next, her spotted hip goat. Here's one that she gets her propped up. We're pretty good. When we're letting off on her, she wants to come over in that front knee just a little bit, maybe doesn't want to set down on that hip and hind leg. Big rib, big enough top, really cool up through her throat latch. Just want to fix her in terms of her feet and legs. Next one coming out, a little bit longer haired kind of a doe that in my mind, I like her front end. I like her extra length. I just want to give her more. I want her to open that chest floor and open her up when I get behind in terms of that pin set, but still has some quality to her. And likewise, the young man on the end, I think we've got a real balanced doe here that does have some good to her, maybe not quite as much power, not quite as much substance as the others, but still some quality to her. Nice job. Let's give them a hand as they head back to the barn, please.
Results of class number 311 on our Nubian senior does. 10th place, Kiara McDaniel, 6th Louisiana bred from Wynn. Ninth place, Teresa Harris from St. Martin. Eighth place, Keith Murray, St. Tammany. Seventh place, Fifth Louisiana bred, Rowan Wallace, Tangipahoa. Sixth place, Lily Manecki from Lafayette. Fifth place, Fourth Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie, Terrebonne. Fourth place, Third Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean, Lafourche. Third place, Second Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie, Terrebonne. Second place, First Louisiana bred, Kylie Delat, St. Tammany. And first place, Cheyenne Ernest from Vermilion. Class number 312, our 4-year-old Nubian senior does are in the ring. There are 5 entries.
Really nice kind of a goat to start with. Not only is she the best balanced out here and hits us the hardest on the profile, but she's also one of the more muscular ones out here. Her proportions from her shoulder back to her hip, phenomenal. Her cage is good, opened up in that forerib, big top, level hip. Her hind leg from terms of her hip set and how she goes into that rear hock and down to the ground. Absolutely love that one's build. Coming next, another big top, big loin kind of a goat. She's a little longer, taller package. I'm not against that by any means. Not maybe as good in the rear leg set, not quite as functional in terms of her front knee set as the goat that wins the class, but still some quality. Coming into third and fourth, we got a couple goats that are very similar. They're long, they're tall, they're extended. We just want to put more in them. Let's give them a nice hand, please.
All right, this is an interesting class of Nubian does. I think this class changes a lot when you look at side profile compared to rear profile, rear view, etc. I think the doe here at the head of the line, just when you look at these does in the rear udder, just a tremendous amount of capacity, tremendous width to that rear udder. She's balanced in side profile. I'd love to change her feet and legs. I'd love to give her a little stronger rear pasterns on this doe. But it is that mammary system, that width of her udder, that balance and side profile, and that overall capacity in relation to her frame that places her 1/2. She's stronger in that front end and deeper into that chest floor. She will yield some to the strength of her pastern. Our doe here in 2, placing over a doe here in 3, just more correct on those front legs. I like the placement of that foreleg under the withers over this doe here in 3. She is excelling in length of bone. She's longer in the neck and sharper in the withers, just a longer bone pattern type doe to this in 3. In rear udder, she shows us more height and width to the area of attachment to that mammary system than our third place doe. This third place doe, placing over our fourth place doe, it really comes down to the general appearance. Just a more level doe. She moves out about the ring as well as she's more correct and deeper into the chest floor and stronger in that front end assembly than our doe here in 4. She's going to yield to the placement of that foreleg, particularly under those withers. Then we see with our fourth place doe. And then our fourth place doe placing over our fifth place doe, obviously the mammary system. She's showing advantage in dairy strength, the length of neck, willingness to milk, and then so much more capacity and balance in that mammary system than what we're seeing with this dry doe here in 5. Love the general appearance and love the spring of rib on our fifth place doe. This is the type of doe I'd love to see in milk to move her higher in the class today.
Absolutely love the one that starts this class off with. There's some goats that just hit you really hard, and I can't explain it other than the fact that it's their skeletal build and how they tie everything together so well. This one from her shoulder back into her forerib, down her top into her hip, and all the way down to that correct rear hock set to the ground. She's pretty flawless there. Is she the most massive? Is she the freakiest front end? She may not have the ESTs, but what she does have is skeletal quality, balance, correctness, and just quality. Really like that one that starts off the class. In second, we've got one that's a little more up and out, a little more extended up there through that front end. We can appreciate that a great deal. She's not quite as strong on her top line. She wants to get a little easy behind her shoulder, maybe not quite as stout right from behind, but still an awfully good kind of a female. Coming next are our spotted up, our painted goat. Growth, performance, bone, feature, all those things are there. Just a little longer and weaker in that rear pastern, maybe not quite as muscular as some of the others, but has some quality to her. And likewise, our dark-headed doe, love her front end, love her extra length and straightness atop, want to put more muscle in her.
Placings in Class 308, fourth place, Michaela Hayashi, St. Tammany. Third place, Isaac Martin, Lincoln. Second place, Morgan Andrews, Assumption. He was also second place, Louisiana bred. First place, Louisiana bred, Jenna Bamberg, DeSoto. Now entering the ring, Class 309.
Results of our Nubian does, Class 312. Fifth place, Riley Milton, Livingston. Fourth place, Kylie Delat, St. Tammany. Third place, Sajal Money Hunt, Tangipahoa. Second, Jenna Stelly, St. Landry. And first Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean, Lafouche. Class number 313 is in the ring. After this, we will select our senior Nubian doe and move on to our AOB senior does.
All right, so our class of 5 and over does. I'm starting off the doe at the head of the line is 5-year-old fourth freshening doe that really excels in balance of mammary system and general appearance. In mammary system, she shows a more balance in side profile and capacity in relation to her frame, area of attachment and height of her udder, holding in the udder floor, just being more securely attached to that body wall than what we're seeing with the does behind her. In general appearance, she's stronger in those rear pasterns on the move. She's more to the level and over the back and rump. She will yield some to the tremendous body capacity and depth and strength of this doe. And two, it is that strength and that straightness of the front leg, the correctness in the foreleg, and the overall capacity she's showing us today. And two, placing over 3, and then 3 placing over a pair of dry does behind her. Obviously, advantage to in mammary system with that capacity and that extension of forudder. And then 4 placing over 5, just more smooth subblending, more correctness in those rear. Just more angulated and less tendency to hawk in those rear legs and stronger in those rear pasterns than we see with this 5th place doe today. I want to commend the 5th place doe for the tremendous depth of body she's showing us. Thank you.
This doe quality just keeps getting better and better. And like I talked about in the last class, there's some of them that are hard to describe, but they just tie themselves together so well in terms of their skeleton and how they blend from their shoulder back into that body, into the hip, into the ground. This one here does it once again. Absolutely love a lot of things about this doe. Really, really high quality. Massive doe in second. When I put my hands on this one's top, it really hit me pretty hard. That's as big of top and big a loin as we've had. She's not as clean and cool up in her front end. She's not maybe tied together quite as smoothly, but there's a big old rib cage, good stoutness of bone, and a tremendous amount of muscle. We come into third. Here's another one. I think's got a huge rib, good feature, maybe not quite as correct, wants to push that top up ever so slightly, wants to straighten in that rear hock just a little bit, causing her pastern to break down. Love the blackhead in terms of her femininity, her smoothness of shoulder. She blends nicely on the profile. Just want to give her more power, more substance to her. And likewise, the one on the end, cool necked, substance of bone's good. Just want to make her tie in a little better out of her shoulder, give her a little more muscle from behind. Really nice set. Let's put our hands together as they head back to the barn, please.
Placings in Class 309. Fifth place, Preston Shaft, Livingston. Fourth place, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Third place, Madison Seastrunk, West Carroll. Second place, Louisiana bred, Avery Nodiari, DeSoto. First place, Louisiana bred, Kaylee McDonald, Caddo. Now entering the ring, Class 310.
Results of Class 313 are Nubian Senior Does. Fifth place, Second Louisiana bred, Keith Murray, St. Tammany. Fourth place, Caleb Petrie, Terrebonne. Third place, Kinsley Henderson, Ascension. Second place, First Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejean, Lafouche. And first place, Jenna Stelly. Coming back into the ring for our Nubian Senior Doe from class number 209, Patton Lejean, Lafouche. 310, Jenna Stelly, St. Landry. 311, Cheyenne Ernest, Vermilion. 312, Patton Lejean, Lafouche. And from 313, Jenna Stelly from St. Landry. After the selection of our Nubian Senior Doe, we're moving to our AOB Senior Does.
All right, so our class here, our lineup here for selection of Nubian champion. Really admire the 10 does. Some different body styles and different mammary system styles of these does. We have some does really just kind of are more balanced across the 4 areas of the scorecard, stronger and we have some does that have a lot of depth and substance and have a lot of capacity, but not necessarily the frame around it to support it. And then when I look at this lineup here in the first line, I really think the 2 does that jump out that are the most correct in terms of the high point categories of general appearance and mammary system are this 3-year-old here in the middle and this 5-year-old here at the end of the line. And for me, it's hard to overlook just the correctness of mammary system. I would love to put some groceries on this doe, just give her a little bit more strength, a little more depth, more body capacity, kind of help that dorsal process smooth out a little bit. But where she's at today, she's a hardworking doe in the peak of her lactation, showing a lot of balance and correctness in that mammary system. She's strong. She's certainly supporting. I'd like to give her a little more higher body conditioning, but she's certainly supporting that mammary system she's showing us today with that thriftiness she's kind of showing. And she's just, when you look at the rear udder, she's so much stronger in that rear udder, more correct in teat delineation, more balanced in side profile, and more width and extension of fore udder. Today our champion will be this 5-year-old at the end of the line. I'm going to bring back in our second place 5-year-old doe today. And I love the capacity of this doe and the depth of body, just not quite the general appearance and mammary system overall area of attachment to support it today. I think it's a pretty easy choice to come up and use this 3-year-old doe. She's strong in feet and legs. She's level over the top line, securely holding that udder securely against that body wall. And she's balanced in side profile and very dairy and open and long bone. 3-year-old will be our reserve champion.
Really good class here in terms of depth and quality. I think you have some drastic differences up here in the front. The painted up or the spotted doe that wins this class, I mean, she is really elegant up through her front end. She's smooth in terms of her shoulder. I think she has a lot of quality to her, and I think does this in an elevated kind of a package, structurally correct on her feet and legs. You get your hands on her, she's probably one of the leaner does out here that still has as much mass as anything. Really like that one to start with. Coming into our white one, this one hits you with a lot of power and a lot of substance, and I think she does have that. I love how she's built on her feet and legs. I like how her neck comes up out of that shoulder correctly. She's good in her top line. She's carrying a little more body condition. That helps smooth her out, makes her look a little thicker maybe than what she actually is in terms of true muscle. But I tell you what, there's a lot of quality underneath that particular goat. Our red one next to the line, I think, follows in very nicely in terms of her center rib, her body, her skeletal correctness. She just doesn't do it as smoothly and tie things together quite as neatly as the first three. Little smaller doe comes in fourth in terms of weight and performance, but you love her line. She's straight in her top. She's good in her hind leg. She maybe is just a little bit further forward up in that shoulder. Doesn't have quite the substance that some of these others have, but she has a lot of quality and appearance to her. Young man does a phenomenal job getting that one stuck. Our paint next in line, her front 2/3 is pretty darn good. I like her shoulder set. I like her forerib. We get back into her hips. She wants to slope just a little, tuck her hind legs under her just a little more than ideal, but still awfully good pieces there. The blackhead, again, big bodied, all the things that you want in terms of the joint placement and set. Those are good. I want to power her up just a little bit more, give her more substance. And our final three does, again, have some good pieces, but maybe not that arrogance and that show ring appeal that we find in our top of our class. Excellent set. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Placings in class 310. 9th place, Jesse Locks, West Baton Rouge. 8th place, Jonah DeVille, Iberville. Seventh place, Jada DeVille, Iberville. Sixth place, Taylor Rayner, Webster. Fifth place, Landon Cubley, DeSoto. Fourth place, Luke Paget, Claiborne. Third place, Aubrey Gray, Ascension. Second place, Louisiana bred, Charlie Ann Corderera, East Baton Rouge. First place, Louisiana bred, Mary Claire Ratliff, Vernon. Now
All right.
entering the ring, class 311.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of Louisiana bred Grand and Reserve champion and 10 really strong does out here. I think our competition, our style of doe kind of shifts with these really strong does that are in this lineup. And then when I look at especially this yearling at the head of the line, this 4-year-old doe and this 5-year-old doe, they're all very consistent in type. I think the closest competition really comes down to one of these does, and then also this 3-year-old doe who's a different style, but very dairy, productive doe. But for me, just the smoothness of blending, the balance, the correctness of feet and legs, that balance and side profile of that mammary system. The doe that really just puts it all together for me is this yearling doe at the head of the line. She'll be our Louisiana bred champion. And then reserve champion, the second place doe in that class was a pretty close, similar style of doe, just not quite the dairy strength, not quite the correctness of feet and legs, not quite the texture and correctness of mammary system. So then I think it's a much easier choice to come back and look at this 4-year-old doe with that tremendous arch to the rear udder, tremendous balance and side profile, and she's stronger in feet and legs than the 5-year-old doe, and she's deeper bodied than the 3-year-old doe in front of her. Our 4-year-old doe will be our reserve champion.
As we get into this class, we have some differences in sizes and shapes, and I landed on one that, again, I just keep going back to those kind that are built so well and flawless in their skeleton. This one does that extremely, extremely well. I love her front end. She's opened up. She's not the freakiest front end, but she's so good in her shoulder set and placement. She's blended flawlessly into her four-rib top and out to that hip. Like a lot of things about that one, maybe just a touch more moderate than some. Our second place one, here's one that's totally different. She's up and out. I appreciate her extra length of body, her extra length of hip. She's maybe not quite as good in terms of that hip structure and hind leg as the one we have just in front of her, but some really unique breeding pieces there. Likewise, our red doe next in line, I think she's really good in terms of where she's at frame size. Huge rib, big-ended kind of a doe, not quite as freaky fronted maybe as the one in front of her, not put together quite as smoothly maybe as the one that wins the class. We come back to another real elevated goat that's up and out in her neck, a little frailer in her bone work, maybe not quite as stout when I get around behind her as some of these others, but really has some positive things. If you want to make them up in their chest floor, a little more elevated, a little more extended, she works extremely well. And likewise, our young lady on the end here, one that's just given up too much growth and performance. Feminine enough, good enough in terms of her top line, some positive, just need more substance and volume to move up any higher. Let's put our hands together once again, please.
Results of our Nubian Senior Doe Drive. Our champion was Jenna Selly from St. Landry. Reserve champion, Cheyenne Ernest Vermillion. Our champion, Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean from Lafourche. And Patton was also our reserve Louisiana bred. Class number 409, our AOB senior does under 2 years old that have freshened. There are 5 in the class.
Places in class 311. Fifth place, Anna Cole, Ascension. Fourth place, Emma Boudreau, Point Capi. Third place, Hayden Dago, Ascension. Second place, Asher Deach, Calcasieu. First place, Louisiana Bred, Charlie Ann Quartarero, East Baton Rouge. Now in the ring, class 312.
This class is maybe one of the more challenging ones that I've lined up today. There's only 3 goats in here, but I could really line these 3 up any direction and I think make a justification for such. I'm going to use the red doe to win, and I'll tell you what, this thing has got a monster top in her. When you get your hands on her, she comes back into a wide pin set. She's still elevated up there in her chest floor. She's built good in terms of her feet and legs, and she's really feminine and cool up through that head and neck. I can appreciate that. Our doe comes in next. This one really hit me pretty hard when she came in the ring. When I get my hands on her, she's maybe not quite as massive as I thought she was going to be, but still built extremely well in terms of her shoulder placement, her front knee, her rear hock, all those things go in the right direction. The one in third here not maybe cooperating as well, carrying just a little more body condition. But I tell you what, you can peel that fat off and we're still pretty big topped and pretty big ended. I'd like to change that hip and hind leg structure just a little bit. Excellent set. Let's put our hands together if you would, please.
All right, nice class of yearling AOBs here. I'm starting off with the Sauna doe that I felt was a pretty easy top to the class. Just a really balanced doe, a lot of depth, very correct mammary system here. It is that extension of forerudder. It's that correctness and strength of that front leg. It's that depth of body that places her over our doe here in 2. 2 placing over 3, dairy strength, openness of rib, length of bone, placement of teeth over our third place doe, and just that correctness of that rear leg. 3 placing over 4, also going back to just that depth of body. She's deeper into the chest. She has that more sweeping depth into her rear barrel that we certainly want to see over this 4th place doe today. And this 4th place doe placing over 5. She's stronger in those feet and legs, stronger in those rear pasterns, and she's showing more balance inside profile. And she's showing more dairy strength, that length of neck and sharpness in the withers, more smooth stability from the neck into the shoulders than what we're seeing with their doe here in 5 today. I want to commend our 5th place doe for the depth into the chest floor.
Results of class number 409, 5th place, Jacob Hutchinson, Livingston. 4th place, 2nd Louisiana bred, Kinsley Henderson, Ascension. 3rd, 1st Louisiana bred, Caleb Murray, St. Tammany. 2nd, Kinley Molossaw, Livingston. And 1st, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. Our AOB Dairy Doe class 14, our 2-year-olds are coming into the ring. There are 7 in the class.
Another nice class. I think the doe that wins it does it fairly handily. This one's got the combination of a really good look. She's got a good handle to her. She's probably one of the bigger top does in here that still retained relative leanness. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her feature, but that's being very critical on a pretty nice one. That's where the doe in second has an advantage. She's so big-footed, big-bodied, big top. She's a little heavier in terms of her body condition. She's not quite as clean up through her chest and breastplate area, but still real functional, real basic kind of doe. Massive muscle doe in third. When you get your hands on her, she's got a big old upper rib and rack on her. She's big in her loin and hip. She wants to push that loin just a little bit and bring those hind legs under her. If we can fix that, all of a sudden you've got a really, really good one. Coming next, our spot shoulder doe here. I think she looks really good on the profile. I get my hands on her. She's not quite as dimensional in terms of her muscling. She's not quite as massive as some of the others. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit in her front chest area. Coming to the end doe, really long pattern, long neck doe, doesn't have enough muscle to compete with some of the others. Nice job. Let's put our hands together once again, please.
All right, nice class of 2-year-olds in our AOB division. Starting off with a very similar doe to our last class, just a big, productive, strong-bodied San and doe. It is that depth of body. We can just see a tremendous advantage in that front end assembly and that spring of rib and that depth in the rear barrel and mammary system. So much more extension of forudder than what we see with the doe here in 2. 2 placing over 3 today. It is that mammary system. She's more balanced in side profile. She's higher, more productive in that rear udder. Just a little more correct in general appearance, being more level from hips to pins and smoother blended from thorough. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. It is that productive mammary system she's showing us over this just slightly less productive doe behind her. She's also a little more correct on those rear legs, being stronger in their pasterns and more angulated in that rear leg set. Well, she gives up some to the smoothness of blending, particularly in the front end assembly that we see with our doe here in 4. 4 in her turn, placing over 5 is that length advantage. She's just a longer bone, more upstanding doe on the move than what we see with our doe here in 5. You see more correct area of attachment. Even though these does aren't really showing us any milk, we see more area of attachment and more correct texture to this mammary system when you get your hands on it over this this mini Nubian behind her. The mini Nubian placing over the La Mancha doe behind her for that strength and depth. She's deeper bodied. She's stronger in the front end assembly. She's wider from third to third in relation to her frame. And then the white doe placing over the other La Mancha white doe at the end of the line. She's just a little more correct in that area of that rump angle from third to third. She's more level from third to third. It's just less correct, more correctness about that rump structure. She's stronger and straighter in that foreleg than what we see with the doe here at the end of the line today. Thank you.
We have 2 does out here that are actually very similar in terms of where they're at in terms of muscle and skeletal width. I chose to start with the more traditional colored doe. She, to me, is a little bigger in her forerib. She's got just a little bit more expression when I get around behind her, and I think she's still really good in terms of her feet and legs. Our red doe next, I think extra length of body has that advantage. I think she's equally as long-necked. She may get a little bit narrow when I get right behind her at her pin set and we take her down to the ground. 2 really nice does. Let's give these young ladies a nice round of applause.
Placings in class 314. Second place, Caden Childers, St. Landry. First place, Morley Johnson, Lafayette. We're now ready for our percentage doe drive.
Results of class 410 from our AOB Dairy Senior Does. 7th place, Jalen Whetstone, Tangipahoa. 6th place, Kinsley Colgan, Pearl River High FFA. 5th place, Colton Hess, Terrebonne, also 2nd Louisiana bred. 4th place, Ethan Smith, Rapides. 3rd place, Cheyenne Vasilio, Tangipahoa. 2nd place, Kinsley Henderson, Ascension. 1st place, 1st Louisiana bred, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. Class number 411, AOB Senior Does is coming into the ring. There are 5 in the class.
And this one is not.
All right, really nice group of 4-year-old AOB does here. I'm starting off with this Alpine doe. It's some trade-offs with this top pair. This Alpine doe just really shows us a little more height into that rear udder and more openness in the ribs when you get your hands on her, and just more correctly attached mammary system. 2 in her turn, placing over 3. Another really close placing. I just like the body capacity and depth of this doe, like the extension of fore udder, like the arch to the rear udder and the angulation of that rear leg set. While she will yield some to the length and upstandingness of our third place Alpine doe, but we got to remember though, we're looking at two different breed standards. Our La Mancha does only have a minimum breed standard of 28 inches, and our Alpine does have a 30-inch breed standard. And these are 4-year-old mature does. So we do take that into effect, even though for the most part nowadays, the modern La Mancha does are always the same size as Nubians and Alpines and Saanens and Sables. Our fourth place doe placing over our fifth place doe, we just see more capacity to that mammary system. And then our fifth place doe should be commended for the levelness over the chine on the move.
As we're bringing these goats around and they're lined up in the first row, and not only the first row but the second row, just study this set. I mean, this is incredible that these young people can bring out the quality that they brought out. Again, they're not all the same shape and size and pieces and so forth, but they all have quality and they all have a lot to offer various breeding programs depending on what they want to do within that particular program. I absolutely love these. I think there's some slight differences that kind of sort a couple of these apart. And to me, I'm going to land on one that's probably the most flawless in terms of feet and legs and movement. The knee is set right. There's a lot of things you can like about many of these does out here, and you can go a lot of different directions. Before I go out and select our champion and reserve, let's put our hands together and give them a big round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of class number 411 of our AOB Dairy Senior Does, our 3-year-olds. Fifth place, Isabel Goss, Livingston. Fourth place, Brooklyn Whetstone, Tangipahoa. Third, Cheyenne Basilio, Tangipahoa. Second, Raylan Whetstone, Tangipahoa. And first place, Caden Tucker from Walker High FFA. Class number 412 is in the ring.
Our champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Kaylee McDonald, Caddo Parish. Our reserve champion and reserve champion Louisiana bred goes to Charlie Ann Quartararo, East Baton Rouge. Percentage Goat Trip is now entering the ring.
All right, our last class of AOB does, starting off with this Sonnen doe that's just tremendously long and level and dairy and open with a strong mammary system, easy top to the class. So really for that body capacity advantage in one placing over two, but also that levelness and correctness over the top line. 200 turn placing over three. It's a much more productive doe in terms of that balance. But this is a doe that's about to freshen here in three, and she's so close to freshening. I think it's kind of distorting her general appearance a little bit. I do think she probably is a little more level over the back and rump and a little more correct on those rear legs. But as we see her today, it is the levelness over the back and rump. It's correctness in those rear legs. The two is placing over three. And then three placing over really the balance of the class today. Even though we see a doe who hasn't freshened yet, what we do see about the mammary system development, we do see more correct area of attachment than we see with the does behind her. We do see more correct texture when you get your hands on that mammary system than we see with the does behind her. We see more strength in general appearance, particularly in that front end assembly, than we see with the does behind her. And then we see more dairy strength with that length of neck and sharpness in the withers than we see with the does behind her. Four in her turn, placing over five. Once again, dairy strength, length of neck, sharpness, correctness about those rear pasterns. And then four placing over five today. Yeah, five placing over six. I mean, here, advantage in her turn is just a little more in the correct area of attachment to that mammary system and depth into the rear barrel.
Results of class number 412, our AOB Dairy Senior Does. Sixth place, Madison Dakota, Creekside Junior High FFA. Fifth place, Riley Whited, Livingston. Fourth place, Riley Simons, Creekside Junior High FFA. Third place, Ethan Smith, Rapides. Second place, Kinsley Henderson, Ascension. And first place, First Louisiana bred, Caden Tucker, Walker High FFA. Class number 413 is coming into the ring. After 413, we will select our senior AOB Dairy Does, and then we're going to move back into our Nigerian Dwarf for our Junior Doe show.
All right, this is our last. I misspoke last time. This is our last class of AOBs, and then this 8-year-old doe. You said she's 8, right? This doe here at the head of the line. You said she's 8. She's 8. 8-year-old doe, easy top to the class. Obviously, we see that with the mammary system, that we see that with the dairy strength, we see that with the general appearance. She's a longer bone, more upstanding, more correct doe. She's stronger over that front end assembly. She's stronger over that top line. This doe here is, you said she's almost 10 years old, correct? And it's just, we're obviously starting to see some aging here. We're not seeing quite the strength of bone. We're not seeing quite the openness and strength of rib. I think this doe, obviously, we have to commend her, the correctness of feet and legs, and just what she has remaining. I mean, this is a doe that if a doe is not built well, they're not gonna still look good at 10 years old. And we certainly see that our scorecard is built to have does that are still held together correctly and strong in general appearance at 10 years old. We certainly see that with this doe, despite the fact we are starting to see some aging. But today is because obviously the mammary system advantage we're seeing in 1/2, but we are going to place her over 3 because I do feel like she's stronger. She's 5 years older than our doe behind her. She's stronger in feet and legs. She's 5 years older. She's more dairy. She's more open. She's longer in the neck than we see with this Oberhasli doe at the end of the line. We want to commend for that extension of brisket and depth in the chest floor today.
Results of class number 413. Third place, Bradley White at Livingston. Second place, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoa. And first Louisiana bred, Caden Tucker, Walker High, FFA. We're now selecting our champion AOB senior doe from class 409, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. 410, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. 411, Caden Tucker, Livingston. 412, Caden Tucker, Livingston. And 413, Caden Tucker from Livingston. After our AOB drive, we're going to move back on to our Nubian junior does.
We've got a single entry here with our young lady, and I think she's got one that's super cool necked and good in terms of her top line. I think still immature, but a very bright future. Let's put our hands together for this young lady, if you would, please.
Placings in class 1, commercial does. First place, Avery Lyons, Tangipahoa.
All right, so line up here for selection of AOB champions. 10 really strong dairy does in this lineup today. Starting off with our beautiful pair of Sonins, our yearling and our 2-year-old Sonin. They're beautifully balanced, strong head, high-headed as they move about the ring. They're very correct and deep in that front end assembly. Deep bodied, strong, well held together mammary systems. Not the most productive does in terms of relation to the frame. They're still young and growing. To fit to that, I'm sure they'll have more capacity as they mature. This 3-year-old doe, a very dairy doe, a very productive, hard-working doe. Love the angulation and the openness that she's showing us today. Our 4-year-old doe, just a very level back and rump. Uphill on the move, and a very balanced, strong mammary system. She finishes that on a strong set of feet and legs. And then we have a doe that's very similar in type to our Sonin doe, and as a 4-year-old doe, as this 8-year-old doe at the end of the line. I love the angulation of the rear leg, the incurving of thigh. I love the levelness over that back and rump. We just see that width, that levelness, that incurving of thigh, that whole rear end on this doe, the structural correctness of this doe really accentuates and really holds together that very correct mammary system. This is such a strong mammary system on this doe. She's extended forward in that fore udder. She's arched in that rear udder, and she's balanced in side profile. She shows more extension and more smoothness and more width in that fore udder than our 4-year-old doe, and I think that is our closest competition today, is that 4-year-old doe. Today, because of the strength of that mammary system, the dairy strength and length, and the levelness and correctness in general appearance, and the strength of that front end assembly, our champion is easy to go back and use this 8-year-old today. Oh. All right, and then we look back at the remaining does in this lineup here as we bring back in our 10-year-old doe. I just want to say how much I admire the doe that's 10 years old, that's still on her feet and legs. She's still just strong boned, and certainly has obviously seen better days, but she's holding up. And we certainly have the ADGA scorecard to see this type of does at 10 years old. But when I look at the does in front of her, I think with the competition is pretty easy to come back and use the doe that I just talked about when I compared her to our 8-year-old Alpine. This 4-year-old Sonin is just so much stronger in general appearance than the doe behind her. She's obviously showing that advantage in mammary system. She's showing the advantage in body capacity and depth over our 3-year-old doe. She shows the advantage in dairy strength and just willingness to milk and balance the mammary system over our yearling and our 2-year-old doe. Today, our 4-year-old Sonin will be our reserve champion.
We have 2 exceptionally high-quality does at the top end of this class. I think they're as good as you're going to get at this weight. Let's study our doe up front. She's opened up in her chest floor. She has some shape to her forearm. You get your hands on her, and she's so big in her rack and her top, and carries that extra muscling out there through her hip and leg. Built pretty good. I think the young man does a nice job showing that one. Likewise, our darker Cape doe next in line. This one's probably a little cooler in that neck and really good about her shoulder. She comes back into it equally as impressive of a top and a handle. Maybe not quite as stout when you get right behind her, maybe not quite as big in her footwork, but those are 2 exceptionally high quality does. As we come into 3rd, 4th, 5th, on down the line here, these does are very similar. What I like about them is they're elevated, they're extended, they're lean enough in their handle, all very, very mature. I think all of these look better as we go to heavier weights. Really nice set from top to bottom. Let's give them a hand, please.
Results of our AOB Senior Dairy Doe Drive. Our champion Louisiana bred was Caden Tucker out of class number 413. And our reserve champion Louisiana bred also goes to Caden Tucker out of class number 412 from Walker High FFA. We're moving back to our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does. These does are from May 1st to July 31st, 2025. There are 6 in the class.
Placings in Class 2. 6th place, Morgan Walker, Lincoln. 5th place, Emma Metters, Lincoln. Fourth place, Garrett Bano, Lafayette. Third place, Keely Thibodeau, Lafayette. She was also second place, Louisiana bred. Second place, Taylor Rayner, Webster, and first place, Louisiana bred. First place, Gerald Lazarus Livingston. Now in the ring, class 3.
As we progress into our commercial doe class, we've got one that wins this class. It really handles tremendous in terms of her top shape. That extra rack shape and dimension into that loin is pretty impressive. I think she's good enough on her feet and legs. Young man does a nice job of getting this one presented. Second place doe, extra long bodied, still has some shape and muscle to her. We appreciate that. Maybe like to just get her head and neck up and out a little bit more and prop her up there, but really has some positive in terms of her skeletal build, some natural thickness to her. Coming into third, we've got one here that I really appreciate in terms of her line. She's good on her feet. She's level in her top. She's good in that center rib. Not quite as muscular as a couple ahead of her, but still real positive there. Our spot back coming next in line, extra cool fronted, long bodied, level enough in terms of her top line. Like to give her more muscle and more punch. As we come into our paint doe, similar. She's up and off the ground. We like that. Maybe a little straighter in that rear hock, a little steeper in her hip. And as we come down to our final two, real immature goats, so we just need to give a little more muscle mass too. Really nice set. Let's give them a round of applause.
Wow, he's second.
Okay.
And that was hard third.
Gage.
Placings in class 3, commercial doe Dolings. Seventh place, Benjamin Patton, West Carroll. Sixth place, Preston Stilley, Livingston. Fifth place, Isabella Barfoot, St. Tammany. Fourth place, second place, Louisiana bred, Gage Dodson, Calcasieu. Third place, Tori Andrews, Rapides. Second place, Colin Smith, East Carroll. First place, Louisiana bred, Reese Boudreaux, Iberia. Now entering the ring, class 4.
All right, this is our class of Nigerian does born either May or June. So do the math in my head, about 6 to 8 months old there. Advantage for me lies with this doe at the head of the line. She's so strong in general appearance. Levels out over that back and rump. Is very strong in that rear leg set. Is the advantage she's showing us today. Really not just over 2, but over the balance of the class. With that openness and angulation set to those rear legs, she's more angulated set to stronger in that rear leg. She's wider and open to that escutcheon area, and she's more correct in that front end, simply being more smoothly blended and tighter at that point of shoulder. And we're seeing with her doe here in 2. 2 in her turn, placing over 3, more correct on those rear legs, just more angulated in that rear leg set. She's wider from thorough to thorough. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. She's more dairy. As though you get your hands on, she's more pliable in skin and open in the rib. 4 in her turn, placing over 5, that levelness over the back and rump and the straightness in that foreleg. And then 5 placing over 6. She's wider from the thorough. She's wider through the hocks on the move. Then we see with our 6th place doe. Not to take anything away from the 6th place doe. I love the length of the 6th place doe. I love the sharpness and the withers of the 6th place doe. I think there's a lot to like about this doe. She wasn't quite as level on the move as we saw some of the does ahead of her today, but still a really nice class top to bottom.
Results of Class 202 of our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does. 6th place, 4th Louisiana bred, Reese Gaines Cameron. 5th place, 3rd Louisiana bred, Caitlin Albright Red River. 4th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Hunter Daigle Ascension. 3rd, 1st Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 2nd, Remy Broussard Cameron. And 1st, June Morris East Feliciana. Our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does Class 203 is entering the ring.
Not only are we big on numbers in this class, but we're really deep in terms of quality, and the competition up at the top of this class is really, really good. Let's look at the doe that wins this class. This young lady does a nice job of getting this one set up. But I tell you what, when you put the pieces together, this one may be as big topped and as expressive muscled as any out here. Really good in terms of feet and legs, extra body extension. She has a lot of things that we really, really like. Coming in next in line, we've got a doe here in second. Just massive top and rib shape. I appreciate that. She's probably blown open as much in her chest floor and forerib as any of them out here. Not quite as extended up through the front end. Maybe not as cooperative on the move to see just how that one wants to go. Just a little shorter strided, but that's a truly big-bodied, big rib muscle kind of doe that we can really appreciate. Likewise, the young man's white face out here, a white-headed doe. Next in line, I love how elegant she is up through her front end. I like a lot of things about her. She wants to push her top just a little bit there on the profile, and that's being very particular on a high-quality one. Likewise, we've got the young lady next in line. This one hit me really hard when she came in because she's so elegant, and she's got so much presence up through her front end. She's big-footed, she's long-bodied, she's good top. She wants to get a little soft on those rear pasterns. She probably doesn't have the punch and muscle that we find in some of those other goats up further in the class. Coming next in line, the young man's doe. I think real complete, nothing way out there in terms of ESTs, but solid. She's good enough in her shoulder. She's good enough in her body, not quite as extreme as some of the others. As we bounce into the next couple that we've got here, we're starting to get into some more pieces. Love the rib shape in this one. Like to give this one a little better rear pastern. Like to give this one just a little more muscle when I get right behind her. Really nice job showing this one. The young lady's got this one up and out. A little rougher hair coat, harder to maybe evaluate. This one's got a big foot, pretty good touch. I think we get that one's hair coat, come around and get her presented in terms of that skin and hair better. She's going to move up as well. As we come down through this set of goats, you've got some here that are awfully good in terms of where they're at this stage, but still immature. We're still light. We're still young. As they get more mature, they're going to get more mass, more body. Everything comes into them. Let's put our hands together, if you would, please.
Placings in Class 4. 10th place, Kelsey Bruce, Union. 9th place, Asher Dietz, Calcasieu. 8th place, Fallon Rogue, Evangeline. 7th place, Allison Davis. 2nd place, Louisiana Bred, Bossier. 6th place, Chloe Smith, East Carroll. 5th place, Trent Andre, Rapides. 4th place, first place, Louisiana Bred, Dakota Franks, Bossier. 3rd place, Addison Daigle, Jeff Davis. 2nd place, Peyton Reeves, Bossier. 1st place, Lexi Savoy, Lafayette. Now entering the ring, Class 5 Dolings.
All right, just a really beautiful class of Nigerian junior does. I'm starting off with the pair of does that really jumped out when they moved about the ring, which is strength and general appearance. The advantage for me lies in the angulation set to the rear leg and openness between the hocks. One is placing over 2, the openness of the rib, and get your hands on her, and the width from throw to throw. 2 in her turn, placing over 3, just a side advantage today in dairy strength. We can see that in the incurving of thigh, just a little more cleanness about that thigh. It opens up into the escutcheon. We have that more desirable out curving into the escutcheon and in curving inside profile, and 2 placing over 3, as well as just a more dairy neck. This third place, though, I love the general appearance of this, though. Just wish she was a little more dairy to move her higher in the class today. But it is that general appearance, that levelness from hips to pins, that levelness from throw to throw, a tremendous amount of width between the hocks. The places her over there. Fourth place, though, while she will yield some to the dairiness and the angulation and set to the rear leg of our fourth place doe. Our fourth place doe placing our fifth, it is that angulation into the rear leg. It is that depth of body and that spring of rib, placing her over our fifth place doe. 5 in her turn, placing over 6, just a more dairy doe again. She's more angulated in that rear leg set. She, in her turn, is cleaner in the thigh than what we see with this doe here in 6. 6 in her turn, placing over 7, levelness from hips to pins, levelness from width from throw to throw. 7 placing over 8, excuse me. Advantage in her turn, just a longer bone doe, a deeper body doe, and stronger in that foreleg than what we see with this brown and white doe. And then the brown and white doe placing over the cream doe behind her for the dairy strength and sharpness and angularity and length and femininity of that neck over this big cream kind of goldish colored doe. The goldish cream colored doe placing over the multicolored doe behind her. The levelness over the top line, particularly when she gets out of the move. She's just more level from hips to pins. And then this tricolored doe at the back of the line, or this 10th place doe, placing over the balance of the class. She's just more correctly put together in her rear leg set, and she's stronger over the back and rump than what we see at the does behind her today. Thank you.
Once again, we're very competitive up here at the top end. The young ladies, though, that starts, she really hit me hard as she pranced in the ring. I mean, she's so good up through that front end, her shoulder, her neck, her forerib. I think she comes back into a good top line, acceptable back into her hip. Her markings make her look maybe just a little steeper hip than what she is if she was a solid white. There's a lot of quality, a lot of good in that particular goat. The Showman in 2 gets this one to go a long ways, because I tell you what, she has her propped up and looking the part 24/7, and I appreciate that. This goat's upper rib shape and back shape is really good. I'd like to see just a little stouter feature to her, but really good in terms of her chest, her rib, come on back. Likewise, the doe in 3rd, she's a hard one to place because she has some of that extra extension she like. She's really good in terms of her top, in terms of handle and width and muscle. Maybe wants to push her loin ever so slightly, not quite as correct in that hip and hind leg, but really, really good in so many areas. Likewise, our young man here in 4th, he's got one that when he gets this one propped up, she looks pretty good. She's tubular enough. She's round enough in her body shape. She's big enough in her foot. She drops off just a little bit in her hip. She straightens just a little bit there in that rear hock. Young man here in 5th, tremendous in terms of muscle and just boldness of rib and natural thickness. She has all of those things, but it comes in a more jammed up, more moderate kind of a package. She's a bit shorter in her neck and shorter all the way through, but really, really nice top 5. As we bounce into 6th, 7th, and down, we've got some goats that for me, I need to put more muscle and just more natural thickness. more time on feet will get them there. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 5 Dolines. 10th place, Cooper Topher, Acadia. 9th place, Preston Shaft, Livingston. 8th place, Colin Smith, East Carroll. 7th place, Avery Gerald, St. Tammany. 6th place, Tucker Patton, Calcasieu. 5th place, Carson Topher, Acadia. 4th place, Ryder Patton, Lincoln. 3rd place, Kaylee McDonald, Caddo. Second place, Louisiana bred, Jenna Bamberg, DeSoto. First place, Louisiana bred, Ruth Saunier Bozier. Now entering the ring, Class 6.
Results of class number 203 of our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does. 10th place, 8th Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis Tangipahoe. 9th, 7th Louisiana bred, Randy Gaines Cameron. 8th, 6th Louisiana bred, Arabella Duplantis Lafourche. 7th, 5th Louisiana bred, Ashlyn Nunez Rapides. 6th, 4th Louisiana bred, Claire Petrie Terrebonne. 5th, 3rd Louisiana bred, McClay Montgomery Sabine. 4th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Balin Duzat Rapides. 3rd, Caroline Ullman Tangipahoe. 2nd, Violet Fontenot Morehouse. And 1st Louisiana bred, Camille Pridgeon Vermillion. Class number 204 is in the ring. There are 27 in the class.
Guys, not to take anything away from our fourth, fifth on down, but I tell you what, these first three does are just deadly. When we talk about some quality and some breeding pieces, they're there. This doe that leads off, she's presented so well in terms of her skin, her hair, her fit job. Young lady does a nice job of getting this one around the ring. I tell you what, let's study this one from up front all the way back. And she's opened up in her chest. She's opened up in her forerib. She's still good in terms of her feet and legs. She comes back into a monster top, and that's where she has a slight advantage over the second. She's just a bigger top, bigger handling goat. She's not as freaky up through her front end. but she's good enough, and she's so level in her hip and good on her feet and legs with that much power. I like this one a great deal. Exotic creature in second in terms of up and out and that neck and front end, just crazy, not wanting to cooperate out here. But in terms of just balance and a freak appearance and arrogance around the ring, she does that, and she does it well. She handles well. She's good enough on her feet and legs. Does she have as much forerib? Is she as big backed as the one that wins? I don't think so. Coming into third, this one kind of fits in between these other two in terms of where her neck is, where she is on muscle, all of those things. And that makes it hard because she's awfully good in her own right. What do I change about this one? When he gets this one to drive, she wants to push her top or her loin just a little bit. That concerns me ever so slightly, but I think when she gets more used to being in the ring, we can work that out of her. Excellent, excellent top three. Number 4, incredible in terms of just muscle mass and power. Not as cool up front, not as clean in that chest, but so good in terms of just natural thickness. Our paint dough next in line. Love her front 1/3. Want to fix that hip and hind leg. Much more elevated traditional dough here. Doesn't have quite the punch and power. And likewise, our paint butted dough. Love her front end. Love the femininity. Want to give more muscle. Excellent class. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Placings in Class 6, 7th place, Colt Delaney, Red River. 6th place, Adeline Delaney, Red River. 5th place, Sawyer Patton, Calcasieu. 4th place, Blaine Miller. 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Lincoln. 3rd place, 1st place, Louisiana bred, Daniel Fontenot, Evangeline. 2nd place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. 1st place, Natalie Brown, East Carroll.
All right, it's a really big class of 27 goats, and I think I pulled about 13 over here that I'm going to work with. Just really, as we see these does on the move, once again, when we take a look at now, we have 3 part components to the scorecard. We see does that are just walking more correctly on feet and legs. We see does that are walking with more levelness over their back and rump. They're stronger in their front end. They're more upstanding on the move, and then they're just a lot of strength and substance and width and depth. Compared to our group over here on the left. That's the main advantage we're seeing with these does on my left versus these does on my right. It's just still a really deep class. And I think some of these does here on the right would be competitive on another day, be competitive in another show, even in another state, even in an open AGA show. There's some really nice does here that we're just missing from the class. But thank you so much for bringing your goats out. If you have any questions, please feel free to find me after the show. I just want you to make sure you feel like your goats are getting looked at, evaluated, and so if you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask me after the show. But for the sake of keeping the show moving, we're going to dismiss these does on my right, and we're going to keep working with these does on my left.
Not quite as many in this class, but we've really got a nice class winner. She's one that balances so well. She's good in her skeletal build. I think a lot of quality in this doe, and it starts in the front end and works her way back. Not a lot of things you're going to pick apart. Is she the wildest in any one area? Maybe not, but she's so balanced and so proportional. I like her a great deal. The one in second, here's another long neck doe that's really elevated up in that chest floor, similar to the outline that we have right here in first. Maybe doesn't tie her top line together quite as well, not quite as solid in terms of her hip and hind leg that we find in the class winner, and that's being awfully critical on one that's got a tremendous amount of quality. Here's your substance and body and foot size. I like all those things. I'd like to give her just a little more when I get behind her in terms of muscle shape. I'd like to jerk that front end up and out. Excellent set. Give these 3 young people a nice hand.
Placings in Class 7, 3rd place, 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Farrah Usry, DeSoto. 2nd place, 1st place, Louisiana bred, Reese Patton Webster. 1st place, Addison Brown, East Carroll. Now coming into the ring is Class 8, Commercial Doe Dolings. We will have a drive at the conclusion of this class.
Good set of does here. The young man that wins, this one just has more substance and more feature in terms of foot size and bone. She's a truer handling one when I get my hands on her in terms of muscle shape and still remaining relatively lean. I like a lot of things about that doe. In second, she's probably got a slight advantage in terms of her neck, in terms of how she comes out of her shoulder, carrying just a little more body condition, and that adds to her illusion of being a little thicker. And I think she does have some natural shape, not as much as maybe the one that wins. And likewise, our one and third, I'd like to fix the front knee on. And other than that, from there back, she's awfully good. Nice set of does. Let's give them a hand as they head back to the barn.
Okay, a beautiful class of Nigerian dwarf does. Really, the top 4 does kind of jumped out as the strength of this class, but I think that's such a deep class. Once we kind of got between 5, I was looking at the does we cut, I think for the most part, I think we could have probably gone between 5 and 20 of really similar style does. So there was a lot of a very, very close placing. I said the top 4 does I think really jumped out, and then from really 5 to as we moved down, there was just not a lot of separation between 5 and about 18, 19, 20 goats deep. As we look at these top 3 does, the doe that really puts it together for me because she has so much width and strength is this doe at the head of the line. She's wider through the rear legs. She's wider from throw to throw. She's wider through the chest floor and showing more substance and strength than our doe here in 2. 2 placing over 3. This third place doe, I feel like she's not quite put together where she might be in a couple of months. I might look at this class in a couple of months and feel like this third place doe has all of a sudden put it together and is easily going to be the top in this class. Today, the width of rump and the levelness of rump from third to third places our second place doe over our third place doe. She's also more correctly angulated in that rear leg set, but she's going to yield some to the tremendous levelness from hips to pins of our third place doe today. And it is that third place doe, that levelness that carries over our fourth place doe today. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. Similar style does, just a lot more dairy strength and correctness of angulation to the rear leg set, and 4 placing over 5. 5 placing over 6, depth. She's deeper into the chest floor. She carries the depth more correctly into the rear barrel. 6 placing over 7, dairy strength, just a more sharp, angular, open doe, and she's more open between the hocks. 7 placing over 8, body capacity, major advantage in depth into the heart girth, depth into the chest floor, depth into the rear barrel, and spring of rib. This buckskin doe placing over the black and white doe behind her. She's just more smoothly blended over the top line, or more smoothly blended in the front end assembly. She's more level over the chine. The black and white doe placing over the predominantly black doe behind her. Once again, just more level over the chine. Very similar style does. We just see a little more correctness in general appearance than this black doe. This black doe placing over the balance of the class for the body capacity and spring of rib. She's showing us that we're just not quite seeing what the does behind her. You ready? Oh, I thought you were waiting for.
Results of class number 204, Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does. 10th place, 3rd Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 9th, Lily Bell Cameron. 8th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Chandler Fontenot Livingston. 7th, Allie Stevens, Slide Isle High FFA. 6th, Christopher Spicer, Sulphur FFA. 5th, Ruby Molnax Cameron. 4th, Remy Broussard Cameron. 3rd, Camille Pridgeon Vermilion. 2nd, Riley Spicer Hackberry FFA. And 1st Louisiana bred, Cheyenne Ernest Vermilion. Class number 205 of our junior does are coming into the ring. There are 10 in the class.
There's 10 in the class, 7.
Really, really pleased. You never know when you come to a show just where the quality is going to be and what you're going to see coming to the ring. And I'll tell you what, for what we have out here in our front row lineup, there's a lot of things that I really, really like, things that I hold true and important. And I think as you listen to me all day, I want them right in their skeletal build. I want them to get out and go and flex in those joints. That front knee needs to be right. The rear hock and hip needs to be correct. Then let's put a round body shape in them. Let's put a big top in them, jerk that neck up and out of them, and make them look like a show goat. We've got several out here that do that and do it extremely, extremely well. I'm extremely happy with the couple that I'm going to tie into here for Grand and Reserve. We can probably go 3 or 4 deep in here that are ultra, ultra competitive. I commend these young people because it's difficult to make goats look this good, to manage them at home, to put the time in at home. I get it. I live with it every day with my kids, and I appreciate what you've accomplished to get to this point. Those outside the ring and the bleachers and ringside, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people.
Our champion Doling goes to Natalie Brown East Carroll, and our reserve champion goes to Lexi Savoy Lafayette.
All right, so our lineup here for January, February kids. And starting off with the doe at the head of the line, I just felt like it was a pretty easy top to this class. It really excels the balance of the class in general appearance with that levelness, that upstandingness, the correctness of feet and legs. She's more angulated and incurving in the thigh and the doe behind her. She's more level and more upstanding on the move than the doe in second as well. Two in her turn placing over three, just a much more correct doe on the strength of foreleg. We see a stronger, straighter set to her front leg. Those front legs are more squarely put under the withers, and she's more extended in the brisket. Three in her turn placing over four. Advantage in her turn is that general appearance, that width between the hocks, tremendous width between the hocks on this doe, and width through the thurls over our fourth place doe. Our fourth place doe placing over our fifth place doe. Dairy strength, more pliability of skin, more openness of rib when you get your hands on her. Six placing over seven today. Body capacity, much more spring of rib. Seven placing over eight. Length of bone, just a much longer kid. And then she's straighter and stronger in the foreleg. This doe fourth from the end over the doe third from the end. And really, this is probably one of the closer placings in the class. Just felt like there was a bit more spring of rib, a bit more width when you get your hands on these two does over the loin and into the rump. The doe third from the end over the doe second from the end. I just feel like overall, this doe from the second from the end, I think she's of a similar type to the does in front of her. She's just not quite as she's not feeling well today. So as we see them walking through the ring and set up, we see this doe level out more over the loin than the doe second from the end. I don't think that's because she's not I don't think that's a confirmation issue as much as it's probably just, she's just not feeling like herself today. And then the doe second from the end is just really much more stronger in dairy strength, particularly when you get your hands on her, and flatter bone, more open rib, and greater pliability of skin than the doe at the end of the line today.
Results of class number 205 of our Nigerian dwarf does. 10th place, Hunter Superville, St. Tammany. 9th, Dalen Spicer, Calcasieu. 8th, Tanner Luke, Lafourche. 7th, 6th Louisiana bred, Olivia Cortez, Lafourche. 6th, Lena Goodo, Vermilion, also 5th Louisiana bred. 4th Louisiana bred, Mason Cortez, Lafourche. 4th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Reese Gaines Cameron. 3rd, 2nd Louisiana bred, Elodie Duplantis Lafourche. 2nd, Addison Spicer Cameron. And 1st Louisiana bred, Juliana Gerard St. Martin. Coming into the ring, class number 206 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does.
Two really exceptional does that have a lot of similarities We got the young ladies actually going to start the class off with. To me, she gets out and goes a little bit better in terms of her skeleton, her feet and legs. She carries herself a little bit better from her shoulder back into her top line and level her out through that hip with that freak front end in her. Young man's got a big old rib cage in this one, a big stout top and hip. Not quite as good in that hip as what we have in our lead doe, but more power, more punch. I think two exceptionally high quality does.
Placings in Class 1 of our yearling commercial does. Second place, Reese Boudreaux, Iberia. First place, Reagan Boudreaux, Iberia. Now entering the ring, Class 2.
All right, nice class of yearling does here. Starting off the doe, I thought was a pretty easy top to the class. Just really love the combination of strength and levelness and upstandingness and correctness of feet and legs she's showing us today. She's much more nearly level over that back and rump than we see with the doe behind her. She's more correctly angulated in the rear leg side, more open to the hocks. She's deeper into the chest floor than we see with their doe here in two. Two placing over three in a closer place. Just feel like she's more dairy overall, just more open and angular. She's longer in the neck. She's sharper in the withers than we see with their doe in three. Three in her turnover. Four, she's more pliable in the skin. She's a little sharper, more angular throughout than what we see with our fourth place doe. She will yield a bit to the rear leg set and strength from hock to pastern we see in our fourth place doe. It is that feet and leg advantage placing over the back two does behind her. She's much stronger today on her feet and legs, particularly stronger in that rear leg set than what we see at the doe behind her in six, but also in five. And then five placing over six, just a bit more correct over that back and rump. This is sixth place doe. This is a doe that's so close to kidding. I think it's already kind of affecting her general appearance. She's not showing us the feet and legs we want to see. She's not showing us the rump angle we want to see. But that has a lot more to do with the fact that she's about to kid, about to freshen, versus the fact that I just don't think she has it. I think this is the type of doe that if I would have seen her a month ago, if I would have seen her a month from today, it would significantly change the way she looks.
We're going to lead the class off with the paint doe that really came in and hit me as strong as any in the class. She's up and out, and she's pushed up in that chest floor, allows her to have that round body shape and that round upper rib. You get your hands on her, you're not disappointed. She's big out of her shoulder. She's big in her loin. She carries that back into her hip extremely well. I could drop her flank just a little bit from an ideal standpoint, but I tell you what, she's got a lot of good in her. Young man does a nice job propping up the white goat next in line. Here's a big cage goat, huge center rib, big top, big back, big ended, comparable to the goat that wins, not put together quite as neatly up through that front end, not as strong as she comes out of her shoulder, but where she's good, she's really good. Up and out, it's right here. Here's an exotic fronted one, really shallow chested, more elevated, a little later in terms of her maturity pattern, not quite as stout, not quite as much mass when we get in behind her as our first two. We come into our dark head here in fourth. Again, good body shape. I think skeleton is good. I'd like to open that skeleton up and make her just a bit wider, give her a little more muscle. And likewise on the end, here's a big bodied, easy doing doe. I'd like to fix her just a little bit up in that front knee, give her a little more mass when I get around behind her. Phenomenal set of does. Let's give them a hand.
Placings in Class 2. Fifth place, Preston Schaff, Livingston. Fourth place, Isabella Gross, Livingston. Third place, second place, Louisiana bred, Avery Nadarari. DeSoto. Second place, Blaine Miller, Lincoln. First place, Claire Williams Caddo.
Results of class number 206. Sixth place, third Louisiana bred, Balin Duzat Rapides. Fifth, Aubrey Totaro, Creekside Junior High FFA. Fourth, Sadie Wright, St. Tammany. Third, second Louisiana bred, Ashlyn Nunez Rapides. Second, McClay Montgomery Sabine. And first Louisiana bred, Aubrey Richard Calcasieu. Class number 207, Nigerian Dwarf Junior Does are coming into the ring.
This young lady's doe that leads the class off, if she doesn't get your attention when she comes in the ring, then we need to take another look, because this thing's pretty good. She's got hair going a couple different directions there that maybe is a little distracting, but I tell you what, she's so good in her shoulder and her front end assembly. She's good in her top line. She's good in her hip. Love the hind leg set in this particular goat. You get your hands on her. She's great big back. She's round in her body shape. There's a lot of positive things going in the right direction. And second, you got in an awfully tough class here, young man. This thing is so good as well in that back and that top shape and that rib cage. We're not quite as neat. We're not quite as cool in our look or that show ring presence that we find in our first one, but this is a stout, big body kind of doe. Go in a different direction, real feminine, long necked, clean, long bodied, all of those things. She's more in her working clothes, so she's not as fleshed up, not as massive as the two in front of her. Nice set. Let's put our hands together once again.
Placings in class 3. Third place, Landon Weber, St. James. Second place, first place, Louisiana bred, Ryder Patton, Lincoln. First place, Lexi Savoy Lafayette. Now entering the ring, class 4, our final class of yearlings.
They just keep coming in terms of quality and good. The one that wins this class, she is a stout one that's still good enough in terms of her feet and legs, huge in terms of her body and her rib capacity. I like those things about her. The one in second's a little more elegant up through that front end. Maybe doesn't come with as much power and punch as what we have in our first one, but still, when you compare these two, she's got such a cool outline. She has more than enough muscle. This one here just got a little more forerib shape, a little stouter in her features. I think relatively close, even though the goats are different. Coming next in line is our paint doe. Look at that long tubular shape she gives you in terms of her rib shape. I love that. She wants to push her loin and drop her pins a little bit, straightens a touch in that hind leg. She has some neat pieces. Likewise, as we bounce into fourth and fifth, two really good built doughs, especially the one here in fourth. Skeleton-wise, she's real good. She's a little thinner, maybe more in her working clothes, and that's probably a good thing. But I tell you what, I read a lot of quality in this doe in terms of her skeletal build and her body shape, just closing up in her skeleton a little bit today. Likewise on the end, big, long, extended doe, not maybe put together quite as well as the one just in front of her. Nice set of does. Let's give these young people a hand.
Placings in Class 4. Fifth place, Izzy Hammond, Iberia. Fourth place, Madison Gilbo, Iberia. Third place, second place, Louisiana bred, Kaylee McDonald, Caddo. Second place, Cameron Hudspeth,
Not yet.
Livingston.
I don't know about the
First place, Louisiana bred, Henry Patton, Lincoln.
No, you're fine. I was like, oh no.
All right, really nice class of Nigerian yearling does. I'm starting off with the pair that I flipped here at the last minute. I just think this doe at the head of the line is just so much stronger in her front end assembly, the extension of the brisket, that correct placement of those front legs, and that substance and strength in her front leg. She's wider through the thurls. She will yield slightly to the dairy strength and openness of rib, which is why I had this black doe head of the brown doe in the first place. But she will yield some to that dairy strength, and it is that dairy strength and openness of rib, and that sharpness and angularity and incurving of thigh, and width up into the escutcheon area. The two is placing over 3. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. She's a longer bone doe today. She's a doe that's more defined in that front end assembly, stronger in that brisket, and tighter at that point of elbow than what we're seeing with the doe here in 4 today. 4 in her turn is placing over 5. She's more near the level from hips to pens as she moves out about the ring. She's a longer bone doe as well. And then with her turn also, she's more correctly placed on those front legs than what we see with this doe here in, I believe that's 5. 5 in her turn, placing over 6. Body capacity, she's deeper into the rear barrel. She's more angulated in that rear leg set. She will yield some to the correct placement of the foreleg with the gold doe. The gold doe placing over the chocolate colored doe behind her, dairy strength, just more open. She's also stronger in that front end assembly with more extension of brisket. The chocolate doe placing over the cream kind of goldish colored doe behind her, just so much more substance and strength. so much more substance and strength. She's more defined and deeper into that chest floor than what we see with this gold doe. The gold doe placing over the chocolate doe behind her because of dairy strength. She's longer in the neck. She's more open in the ribs. She's flatter bone and more pliable of skin. And then the chocolate doe placing over the black doe. She's more level over the loin. She's wider from throw to throw. Thank you.
As we progress into our division drive, once again, we have some representatives out here that really hit where I think they need to be. And we talk about commercial does. We can think about more breeding goat production. We can think about weather goat production. We go a lot of ways, but good livestock are still good livestock. And I think skeletal build crosses all barriers, and then we can still make some fundamentals in terms of rib shape and where that neck ties out and some of the other things really positive. With that said, I think it's a great set, even better set of young people. Let's put our hands together as I select our champion.
Results of class number 207, 10th place, Brylan Hayward, Pearl River High FFA. 9th, Jesse Myers, Cameron. 8th, 4th Louisiana bred, Lynn Terrebonne, Fountainblue High FFA. 7th, Cole Leonard, Lafouche. 6th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie Terrebonne. 5th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 4th, Randy Gaines, Cameron. 3rd, 1st Louisiana bred, Claire Petrie Terrebonne. 2nd, Balin Duzat Rapides. And 1st, Camille Pridgeon Vermilion. Class number 208 is in the ring. After class 208, we're going to select our junior doe champion, and then we'll select our Nigerian dwarf doe champion.
Our champion yearling commercial doe goes to Lexi Savoy Lafayette. Our reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Henry Patton Lincoln. We still need to pick our reserve champion Louisiana bred. Our reserve champion Louisiana bred goes to Claire Williams Caddo.
As we get into our single entry in this class, we've got one that's really built well. When we talk about skeletal parts put together correctly, she does it. You can read her shoulder, you can read her top line, hip, hind leg set, front knee set, all of it's good. She's feminine enough up through her front end. Still a little bit of her working clothes, but you can see the fundamentals are there and the basics are there. Let's give this young lady a hand, if you would, please. We're going to leave these two females stand just as they are. I think the one that wins has got an advantage in skeletal build and structural correctness and just movement. The one in second wants to push her loin, and she tightens a little there in her flank, but she's pretty unique because she is round-bodied. She has some shape to her. I think breeding pieces in both of them. Let's put our hands together for both young ladies. We're going to leave these goats stand just as they are, but I think it's really close here because we can evaluate the differences. The doe that wins, she's the bigger bodied, she's the more massive doe. She has all the power and volume and dimension that you could want. The one in second's a little cooler neck. She's really good in terms of her outline, maybe not quite as robust about her rib cage and flattens there a little bit in her forerib. Two exceptionally good does. Let's give our two young men a round of applause, please.
All right, just a beautiful, I call these like our super seniors, or super senior yearlings, still in our junior doe division, but they are, or really are kind of mature and kind of almost full grown here in terms of their age and maturity. This doe here on my right, really starting this doe off with just a class off with just a doe that just really excels in general appearance. She's more level and more upstanding on the move than what we see with the doe behind her. She's straighter and stronger in that foreleg than our doe in two. Two placing over three, just an advantage in dairy strength today. You get your hands on her, she's more pliable in the skin and flatter boned. Three placing over four, general appearance, she's more level from hips to pins, angulation set to the rear leg, width between the hocks. Four in her turn placing over five, just much more level from hips to pins on the move than what we see with our doe here in five. Five placing over six, advantage in her turn is just that general appearance and width between the hocks, width from thorough to thorough. She's sharper, more angular in terms of dairy strength. She will yield some, obviously, to this doe that is very close to kidding. This big depth of body, obviously, but also dairy strength between this doe and the cream-colored doe behind her. She's more pliable in the skin. She's longer necked. The cream colored doe or kind of light brown doe placing over the two-tone doe behind her. Just so much more width and substance. She's wider from throat to thurl. She's wider to that chest floor. She's stronger and straighter in that foreleg. The cream doe over the gray and white doe. She's more near the level of the loin and over the rump when she gets out on the move. This gray and white doe placing over the buckskin doe behind her. She's just walking around. I think she's just feeling more comfortable today. She's walking around the ring more correctly, and because of that, she's more correct in that rear leg set. She's more correct over that back and rump than this buckskin, multicolored kind of broken buckskin behind her. The gray and white doe placing over the two does behind her. She's just wider through the front legs and wider from third to thurl and wider through the hocks. There are two does here at the end of the line.
Two very different does up here in the first two slots of this class. Actually, three very different does. I think if we stop and study these, the one that wins to me is the more elevated doe. She's a little cooler up through her front end. She probably is better in her top line when you ask her to get out and go. And then you question, does she have as much muscle mass as the one in second? Maybe not, but she's darn sure got plenty. She handles the great big top. I like this one in motion a great deal. The one in second, I tell you what, if you want to open up a skeleton, make one ultra thick, she does that, and she does it really, really well. Is she a little more compact than where maybe I want to be? Possibly, but I tell you what, to get that kind of rib and that kind of natural thickness, we're going to shorten things up just a little bit. They're going to be just a touch more moderate. I think she wants to push her loin ever so slightly on us, but that's being very critical on a goat with that much mass and muscle. I think she holds herself together very well. Our one on the end, she's in more of her working clothes. She's the long-necked, extended one that doesn't have that extra muscle mass or extra flesh on her. Excellent set. Let's put our hands together once again, please.
Results of class number 208, 10th place, 4th Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 9th, Olivia Cortez Lafouche. 8th, Kinsley Colgan, Pearl River High FFA. 7th, Dalen Spicer Calcasieu. 6th, Cameron Duzot Rapides. 5th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis Tangipahoe. 4th, Chandler Fontenot Livingston. 3rd, McClay Montgomery Sabine. Second Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie Terrebonne. And first Louisiana bred, Eli Ernest Vermillion. Coming back into the ring for our junior doe drive from class 202, June Morris. East Feliciana, 203, Camille Pridgeon Vermillion. 204, Cheyenne Ernest Vermillion. 205, Juliana Gerard St. Martin. 206, Aubrey Richard Calcasieu. 207, Camille Pridgeon Vermillion. And 208, Eli Ernest Vermillion. After our selection of our junior doe, we need our senior doe, Juliana Gerard, from back tag 316, back in the ring. And we need Camille Pridgeon, back tag 319, on standby.
right, so my lineup here for a selection of Nigerian Dwarf Junior Champion. I believe there's 16. So 14 goats out here. And just a tremendous amount of quality. I feel like when you look at this lineup, once again, I said this about the senior division, but I think if you just took a snapshot and didn't look at the exhibitors, had no idea the context of the show, you would look at this lineup and think this is a highly competitive lineup of Nigerian dwarfs in an open ADGA show anywhere in the country. I think this is a very, very high quality lineup of goats. There are so many of these does that I think would place very well at an ADGA open show, even on a national level. There's some very high quality animals in this lineup. For me, I keep coming back to, look at the scorecard, I keep coming back to one doe out here that just is the most correct. And she starts out with the highest subcategory, which is feet and legs, which is 23 points. She picks up so much in her front legs. She's so square and straight in her front legs. She's wide and open in her rear legs. She's correctly angulated. She's strong on her pasterns. She has the most correct brisket in the class. She's a really nice depth of chest floor and extension of brisket. And she's dairy, she's open, she's angular. She does all that with a big, wide, strong, impressive frame. Today, our champion will be this doe second from the end. All right, this is our lineup here for reserve champion. Bring back in our second place. I thought it was a pretty close placing, but still, when we look at the balance of this class, we bring in our second place from that class with our other first place does. It gets very, very close. And for me, the three that jump out are this doe here at the end of the line, the doe that stood second to our champion, and then the doe that's fourth from the end. I think these are the three does that put together the most balance across series of the scorecard. They're either stronger in general appearance or they're stronger in dairy strength than the other four does out here. The four does out here. And then for me, the doe that really puts it together the most correctly because he's so strong in general appearance with that length of bone, levelness from hips to pins, and correctness of feet and legs. I'm gonna go back to the doe at the end of the line, make her reserve champion.
I really enjoy sorting through this class and visiting with this young man about the doe that he's got here, because I tell you what, when you can make one move this well and hold herself together that well with that much punch and power to her, that's pretty impressive. You study her in her forerib, she's good. Her center rib, she's good. You come back behind her, she's massive into that hip, sets down on a good rear hock and hind leg. All the pieces kind of fit together very nicely, very impressive. And our second doe in line here, not to take anything away from her, because guess what? She's a little more elevated. She's still got a tremendous rib cage in her. She still has some natural thickness, not to the extreme maybe of that first one. Coming next in line, young man brings us a really long-bodied tubular one. Not quite as correct in that hip hind leg hookup, but still she has some incredible pieces. Great big back in her, some positive to her. Likewise, our speckle neck coming in line. This thing's got a profile in terms of her skeletal build that we really like. What do I change about her? I want to stouten her up just a little bit, put some more muscular shape into her. And at the same time, you recognize she's in her working clothes. She's awfully, awfully good. Coming into our next two right here, we've got one that I love the rib cage. I love the shape. I'm not as in love with the hind leg set and how we hit the ground from behind. Change that, she moves right up. And likewise, our doe on the end, real not immature, real lean in terms of her appearance, maybe more so of her working clothes. Just want to open up that whole skeleton on her. Great set of does out here. Let's give the young people a hand.
All right, so for reserve champion in our Nigerian dwarf division, I'd already kind of, or for our Louisiana bred reserve champion, I already kind of tipped my hat a little bit earlier because I said there was one doe out here that just was still kind of, that was competitive against those other two does we had in this lineup, and that's going to be this doe right here in the middle. I think she came out of our junior yearling class. Just really loved the dairy strength and general appearance of this doe. I think she's stronger in dairy strength than the doe right behind her, and she's stronger in general appearance of does in front of her, particularly over the back and rump. And then she's more dairy than the two does. She's more correct in general appearance than the does in front of her, and she's stronger in dairy strength than the does behind her. Should be our reserve Louisiana bred champion.
Attention inborn, market goat check-in is now open.
We have a couple absolute powerhouses in the top two in this particular class. I mean, in terms of just back shape and rib and muscle, they have it all. I think the doe up front just is a little cleaner up through her neck and throat latch, maybe a little better in terms of her top line and out through her hip. I'm not so sure the doe in second doesn't have even that much more rib and that much more top shape to her. But I'll tell you what, both of these have more than enough, and these two can certainly go on and generate some incredible offspring in terms of muscle and still built well enough. Excellent top pair. We bounce into third. We've got one that's got plenty of frame and extension, not near the mass that we find up front. She got into a really tough class because this doe's balance is good, her quality is good, just not quite as massive. And likewise, the young man on the end stands fourth in a very, very difficult class. This one's a little more moderate, similar to maybe the one up there in first or second, carrying just a little more condition, not quite as much power for that frame size is where we are, but four very unique does. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
Results of our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Doe Drive. Our champion junior doe is Camille Pridgeon from Vermilion. Our reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred is Eli Ernest from Vermilion, and our reserve champion Louisiana bred is Juliana Gerard.
All right, so this is our lineup here for selection of overall Nigerian Dwarf champion. We have our 2 senior does competing against our 2 junior does to select our overall senior champion. Starting off with this doe here at the head of the line in our senior division. I think she came out of the 3-year-old class. Just exquisite mammary system on this doe. Beautifully attached mammary system. Balanced. We see it milked out just so correctly with the nice texture. Showing a lot of area of attachment to that mammary system. She combines that with a very strong dairy frame. She's uphill, she's long, she's level, she's sharp, she's angular. It's a very easy choice to make her our champion today. All right, then we bring back in our doe that stood second to her, our reserve champion in our senior division. And I think she's really similar in style. I think both these does are very similar, particularly in the front end. They're both strong in the front end. I think they were stronger than the majority of the competition in their classes in that front end assembly. They were also big, wide, strong in the rump. Certainly components we want to see. And we certainly hope that this doe here that's a junior champion will fill that mammary system like we see with our senior champion today. When we evaluate these 2 does, we see the length of neck advantage with our senior doe. Then we put all that together with the 35 points available for the mammary system, which our reserve champion is picking up a majority of those points. It's a pretty easy choice to once again use her for reserve overall champion.
We have our single entry over here on the meat goat side, and I think a doe that in my mind is obviously in working clothes, but I'll tell you what, her outline is right, her skeletal build is right. I think doing a nice job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate this young lady for bringing a nice one out.
Results of our Nigerian Dwarf Doe Drive. Our champion and champion Louisiana bred is Juliana Gerard from St. Martin. And our reserve champion and reserve champion Louisiana bred is Camille Pridgeon from Vermilion. We are now starting with our Nigerian Dwarf Bucks, class 214. There are 7 in the class. After the selection of our Nigerian Dwarf Buck, we are going to do Nigerian Dwarf Goat Trip and a Nigerian Dwarf Parish Group.
I'll go back with
As we move into our division drive here, I think we've got some unique individuals out here. As we get more age on these commercial does, it's a little harder to evaluate them because they're not all in show condition or show skin and hair coat, and that you have to take into consideration to a certain degree. I'm really pleased with 2 or 3, maybe 4 that we have out here. I'm going to go ahead and select our champions. I think they've done an excellent job bringing us quality stock. Before I select our champion, put your hands together if you would, please.
All right, nice class of bucks. We started off our Nigerian Dwarf division, our buck show, and right out of the gate, one of the things we talk about when we look at a buck show is we talk about 25% of the scorecard being allocated to feet and legs. That's such an important part of the scorecard for bucks because you want that to translate to a herd full of does that are correct and have longevity. It's like some of those 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds we saw earlier in the day. And so certainly that's an important aspect of it. We can't see mammaries. There's a lot of things we can't see about bucks, how they're going to translate, but we certainly can see the feet and legs. And so when we look at this lineup at the bucks, we're taking a buck that is very strong in feet and legs, has a sided advantage. And we see this buck here at the head of the line. I feel like it's the strongest in feet and legs over the balance of the class. And one is placing over 2 today. Not only is he more angulated in that rear leg step, he's just longer and more upstanding and sharper in the withers than we see with their buck here in 2. 2 in his turn, placing over 3 in a closer placing, a little more brisket, a little more depth in the chest floor and wider from third to third. And that's kind of where we start to kind of see the break with feet and legs. So we see a lot more correctness in the placement of that foreleg and the angulation set to the rear leg and the straightness of that foreleg than we do with our buck here in 4. 4 in his turn, placing over 5. Once again, I'd love to move the foreleg on both of these bucks. We want to see that foreleg right under those withers. But we do see a little more length of bone, a little more upstandingness between the gray buck and the cream-colored, white-colored buck. And then the white buck placing over the buck behind him. He's wider from thorough to thorough, a little more upstanding and longer boned, while yielding some to the position of that foreleg. And then our buck second from the end, placing over the buck at the end. He's more correct about that foreleg and straighter and stronger in that front leg and cleaner about that knee, a little more smoothly blended and sharper than what we see at the buck here at the end of the line. Thank you.
Results of class number 214 of our Nigerian dwarf bucks. 7th place, Lane Diffie from Jackson. 6th, Riley Raffo from St. Tammy. 5th, Mason Cortez Lafouche. 4th, Olivia Cortez Lafouche. 3rd, Caitlin Albright Red River. 2nd, Isaac Martin Lincoln. And 1st, Riley Spicer Hackberry FFA.
In the ring, we're now ready to pick our champion commercial doe. From the Dolings, we have Natalie Brown, East Carroll. Yearlings, Lexi Savoy, Lafayette. Age, Reese Boudreau, Iberia.
Just a deadly commercial doe drive, and those of you ringside, I know it's hard to really appreciate the quality that we have here, and I know some of you probably understand the time and the effort and the passion that's behind some of these, and I commend these exhibitors because these are really, really good. Not only our front row, but our second row there. These are my kind. These are the kind that I think are just good livestock, whether you're trying to make more breeding does, whether you're trying to make wethers, you can go several directions with these. And that's hard to do because we have industries that are a little bit separated there. With that said, tremendous set of stock, even better set of kids. Put your hands together if you would, please.
Our champion goes to Natalie Brown, East Carroll. Our reserve champion goes to Lexi Savoy, Lafayette. We now need to pick our champion and reserve champion, commercial doe, Louisiana bred. Our champion, Louisiana bred, goes to Dane Fontenot Evangeline. Thank you. Our reserve champion goes to Reese Patton Webster.
All right, so our lineup here for our class of intermediate kids, and once again we evaluate feet and legs. It's pretty easy to sort this class. We see a buck here at the head of the line, just so strong in front legs, so strong in rear legs. Is that angulation set to those rear legs and strength of passer in one is placing over 2. It's the length and levelness in the chine area. The 2 in his stern is placing over 3, just much stronger over that chine on the move. He's a little more defined in that front end assembly. 3 placing over 4 is the 4th place buck that just didn't. I think he's one of the 9 bucks in this class, and he just did not behave for it all for this exhibitor. But the length and levelness and dariness placing 3 over 4, but while yielding some to the depth of body and capacity and strength of that front end assembly we see in 4. It is that depth into the heart girth, that depth into the chest floor and extension of brisket that 4 is easily placing over 5. 5 in his turn placing over 6. Back to feet and legs. We see those front legs a little more correctly placed under those withers and straighter. 6 placing over 7, just more substance to this buck. 7 placing over 8, or excuse me, 7 placing over 8 here. A little more dairy, a little more sharper in the withers, and then 8 placing over 9, a little more from hips to pins than we see with the buck here in 9. And then 9 placing over 10. These are 2 bucks here at the end of the line that I really appreciate the length of bone on both of these bucks. Just not quite as squarely set on the feet and legs as I wanted to see them today. 9 is just a bit more has a bit more substance and depth, especially on the chest floor, than what we see in 10. And both of them, I'd like to just move those front legs back on both these bucks to be more competitive with the bucks in front of them.
Results of class number 215 of our Nigerian dwarf bucks. 10th, 6th Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis Tangibaho. 9th, 5th Louisiana bred, Cole Leonard Lafouche. 8th, 4th Louisiana bred, JC Nelson East Feliciana. 7th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Charlie Huffpower Calcasieu. 6th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Reagan Ragsdale. 5th, 1st Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 4th, Ruby Mullinax from Cameron. 3rd, Randy Gaines from Cameron. 2nd, Reese Gaines Cameron. And 1st, Caton Albright Red River. Class number 216 is in the ring. After class number 216, we're going to select our champion Nigerian dwarf buck, and then we're going to move on to our goat trip and parish group. So if you have a Nigerian parish group, you need to be ready.
We're now moving into our Mytonic bucks. Now entering the ring, class 401.
I think we've got two really nice myotonic buck kids out here. A very difficult placing actually to decide between the two. The one that I chose to leave up in the front, he's probably just a little bit bigger top, bigger ended kind of a goat. I think maybe he's just a touch better out there through his hip, maybe a little more moderate in his frame size. I really like the elevation and extension in our second place goat. Two really good ones. Maybe doesn't stand quite as square, wants to bring those hocks in from behind just a little bit. But two excellent myotonic bucks. Give them a hand if you would, please.
Placings in class 401, second place, Louisiana bred, Cullen Guillory, Evangeline. First place, Louisiana bred, Emmett Guillory, Evangeline.
So line up here for our senior buck kids, about a year old here in this class. And I'm starting off with the buck on my right that really just excels the balance of the class and correctness of feet and legs. Tremendous openness about that rear leg set. He's more angulated in that rear leg. He's wider through the hocks. He's wider up into the escutcheon. 2 in his turn, placing over 3. Just so much more defined in that front end assembly, being stronger in the brisket and deeper in the chest floor. Wider from throw to throw and shows greater spring of rib. 3 in his turn, placing over 4. Just a little more balanced buck today. I just see a little more correctness over that back and rump, that length of neck and that length of chine and length of loin and just a little more proportionally correct there in terms of not the length of body we're seeing, but just a little more correct and balanced in how he's put together. This buck here in 4, placing over the buck here in 5 today. He's more level over the shot when he gets out on the move, and he in his turn is also more correctly angulated in that rear leg set. The cream-colored buck placing over, they're really close placing between these 2 bucks. Just feel like he's showing a bit more width today, width through the chest floor than what we're seeing with that buck here in I believe 7, 6, something like that. And then the two-tone buck placing over this buck behind him, a little more dairy, longer in the neck, just a longer bone pattern. This buck here placing over I'll go ahead and just say the remainder of the bucks. Once again, we start to lose a little correctness of feet and legs. We're losing that strength and masculinity and body capacity and depth and substance we want to see with maturing bucks that we're seeing in this, really from this buck moving forward. Thank you.
I really enjoy this class and sorting through the myotonics. We raise weatherbred goats, and I can assure you we've got just a little bit of the myotonic back in those genetics, and it's kind of fun for me to evaluate and see some of those unique traits that we try to pull out of these and insert into our weather goats. The one that wins here, I think, does it fairly easily. This thing is monster top, big-ended, big-ribbed, a lot of things going for him. I'd like to clean him up and slim him up through that neck. But when you make him this muscular, you're going to get just a little bit of that. In second, here's one that wants to lock up on us just a little bit as we're trying to get around the corner down here. Big old top, expressively muscled hip, really good in terms of having some rib shape, and I think still structurally correct enough in terms of his kind. The next one, I love the color this one brings to us. Maybe a little more traditional in his look, and I appreciate that. Just a little shorter, steeper hip than the ones in front of him. Maybe not quite the muscle mass. Love the top and the next one, and love the growth, the performance, the rib. Not as good hip, maybe not as good, not as clean and cool up through his front end, but in terms of rib and muscle, does it very well. Our final 3 are just a little bit skinny today. They need some more time to mature and on feed, and hopefully they mass up as we go. Excellent class. Please give them a round of applause.
Placings in Class 2. 7th place, Gannon Rodas, Livingston. 6th place, Isabella Lamarca, Tangipahoa. 5th place, Caitlin Lamarca, Tangipahoa. 4th place, Cullen Guillory, Evangeline. 3rd place, Anna Stevens, East Baton Rouge. 2nd place, Emma Claire Lachele, Iberia. She was also 2nd place, Louisiana bred. First place, Louisiana bred, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston.
Results of class number 216, 10th place, Olivia Cortez Lafouche. 9th, 6th Louisiana bred, Tyler Francis Tangipahoa. 8th, 5th Louisiana bred, Juliana Gerard St. Martin. 7th, Ashlyn Nunez Rapides. 6th, Remy Broussard Cameron. 5th, 4th Louisiana bred, Camden Duzat Rapides. 4th, Reese Gaines Cameron. 3rd, Colton Hess Terrebonne. It was also 3rd Louisiana bred. 2nd Louisiana bred, Claire Petrie Terrebonne. And first Louisiana bred is Camille Pridgeon from Vermilion. In the ring, we're selecting our champion Nigerian dwarf buck.
All right, this is our lineup here for selection of a champion Nigerian dwarf buck, and we have 6 deserving individuals, 6 really nice bucks out in this lineup. And when I bring out I see all 6 of these bucks here. I see the correctness Once again, just that correctness of feet and legs, it really translates to all these bucks in this lineup and picks up so many points on our scorecard for the American Dairy Goat Association. When I look at this lineup, I really just see 2 bucks out here that really that really rise to the top because they combine that correctness of feet and legs with the strength and substance and depth that we're just not seeing on our younger bucks today. It's just today for selection of grand champion, we're going to use this buck here, first place in the senior buck kid class. For selection of reserve champion, we're going to use this second place buck in this class.
As we progress into our iconic buck classes, the one that wins this class, again, similar to one we just had, just so big and muscular in terms of his top and his hip and his dimension, still built pretty good in terms of his feet and legs. Our second place one, a little longer bodied, still that muscular expression, maybe not quite as big featured, not quite as opened up in that forerib, but still a lot of quality. And our third and fourth are similar. The third's just a little better hip. I'd like to see just a little more muscle, a little more mass or body condition on these 2 and third and fourth. Nice set from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Placings in class 403. Fourth place, Anna Stevens, East Baton Rouge. Third place, second place, Louisiana bred, Doc Howard, LaSalle. Second place, Jesse Shashery, Lafayette. First place, Louisiana bred, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston.
Results of our Nigerian Dwarf Buck Drive. Our champion and champion Louisiana bred is Camille Pridgeon for Vermilion, and our reserve champion Louisiana bred is Claire Petrie from Terrebonne. We're now selecting our Nigerian Dwarf Goat Trip, Nigerian Dwarf Goat Trip. After we're going to do Nigerian Dwarf Parish Group. So if y'all have a Nigerian Dwarf Parish Group, you need to be getting ready.
As we progress into our champion in this particular division, I think quality goats out here, both first and second. Are there things you want to change about them? Sure, but I'll tell you what, when you can put this much muscle mass, if you're able to get your hands on them, they're so big top, they're so big ended, so expressive in that muscularity that they have. Truly tremendous. As I select our champion, let's go ahead and put our hands together if you would, please.
Our champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. We're now moving into our Mytonic Doe classes. Class 404 is entering the ring.
We've got some doe kids out here that are just massive up in the top. The one that wins, she probably is the best in her combination of just huge top, huge end, still extended enough up through that front end. It, in my mind, puts all the pieces together. The one in second intrigues me. This one might have a touch more side muscular shape on the profile. Again, monster top. Really appreciate all that. Not quite as good in that hind leg placement as the one that wins. And the one in third just doesn't have that muscular shape, but cool look, level lines, good built kind of a goat.
Placings in Class 404, third place, Lexi Lalonde, St. Tammany. Second place, Louisiana bred, Emmett Guillory, Evangeline. First place, Louisiana bred, Cullen Guillory, Evangeline. Another nice set of doe kids. I tell you what, this one that leads the class off with in terms of just show ring presence, those markings make her that much more attractive up there through her front end. Love how she handles to her touch to her top, her muscularity, all those things go in the right direction, and a good skeletal build. The one in second, I think, again, muscular enough in terms of her kind, big enough in terms of her rib, not quite as extended, not quite as cool up through that front end as the one that wins the class, but really nice. Likewise in third, similar to the touch, again, not put together quite as well as the one just in front of her. Our black and white next to the line in fourth, I think this one's got some stretch and some grow to her, not quite the muscle shape that some of the others have. And likewise, our black and white on the end just needs some time to mature and put on more weight before she really comes into herself. Let's give them a hand if you would, please. Attention in the barn, do not forget, market goat registration is open, and the scales do close at 3. Jace Johnson, you're needed at the announcer's table.
This is really an interesting class that we've got here. I'll tell you what, these top 4 or 5 are just deadly, deadly good. The one that wins does so from a standpoint of structural correctness and her ability to get out around the ring and take a really correct stride. Couple that with the fact that she's one of the more muscular ones in here, I think you've got one that's awful good to start the class off with. Likewise in second, I really appreciate the extra elevation, how cool and tight-heighted this one is. We get up on top of this one, and she's big back, she's big-ended, she's up off the ground. I think some good things there. The one that's difficult for me is in third. This may be the most expressively muscled goat of the bunch that we have out here. She obviously has some size and growth and performance to her. I appreciate all those things. She's a touch easier behind her shoulder. She gets a bit steeper into that hip. I think she still handles herself okay. Her hock function and the way she's set to her hock allows that to all work and function okay. Bring that hip or that tail head up just a little bit. She moves right up in class. Likewise in 4 and 5, we've got deep and good quality here. This is another big rib, big backed one, handles with a tremendous amount of shape. You can come around behind this one, really appreciate how much she has from behind. She gets a little straighter maybe in that front end and wants to hock in just a bit on those rear legs, but her body shape and muscle's really good. The black and white one directly in front of me, this one came in and hit me pretty hard that, wow, here's one with some rib, pretty level top line, pretty level hip, doesn't maybe have that muscle expression, maybe doesn't tie quite as well from front to rear as some of the others. As we bounce down to our next 4, really cool. I love this one here's elevation, neck, just a little immature yet. As this one puts on more weight and mass, That one's going to move up. Likewise, down here, we're just a little skinny yet. We need more body flesh, more time on feed to get to where we need to be. Excellent set. Let's give these young people a hand, please.
Placings in Class 406. Ninth place, Gracelyn Auhaus, Tangipahoa. Eighth place, Avery Lyons, Tangipahoa. Seventh place, second place, Louisiana bred, Emma Claire Latrele, Iberia. Sixth place, Landry Lejeune, Evangeline. Fifth place, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Fourth place, Ellis Berzos, Evangeline. Third place, first place, Louisiana bred, Emmett Guillory, Evangeline. Second place, Ian Berzos, Evangeline. First place, Cullen Guillory, Evangeline. Now entering the ring, Class 407.
Landry, second. So Landry, second. I guess they go with St. Landry.
First place, Parish Group Nigerians goes to Vermilion. Second place, Parish Group Nigerians goes to St. Landry. And third place goes to Terrebonne.
We're starting back with our Nubian Junior Does. Nubian Junior Does, class number 302. Junior Does, May 1st to July 31, 2025. There are 4 entries.
We've got some competition up at the top of this class. I think it's really, really tight. The doe that wins, it's easy when I get back off them. Who's got more rib and body, who's a little better out through their hip, maybe even a little more extended up there through that neck. Still good on her feet and legs. A lot of positive things that I really have going in the correct direction there. The one in second's probably a little harder to the touch. The young man does a nice job getting this one braced up. I appreciate that extra muscle expression. I appreciate all those things. tight enough heighted. Probably closes up a little bit in her forerib. Maybe not quite as good out there through her hip as the one that we have that wins, but I love both of those two up top. Taking nothing away from third and fourth, they're very similar. Good to the touch when you get on top of them. The red doe probably has just a little more mass than where we're at, and our more traditional or our tan-headed doe here. I like them both. This one's elevation and levelness, dead on. Maturity is going to be her friend. As we come into our next three, again, just a little skinnier, need to put on feet a little longer, let them bulk up a little bit, then we move up further in the class. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placings in Class 407, seventh place, Gannon Rodas, Livingston, sixth place, Doc Howard, LaSalle, fifth place, second place, Louisiana bred, Gus Finley, LaSalle, fourth place, first place, Louisiana bred, Emma Claire Lachele, Iberia, third place, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston, second place, Cullen Guillory, Evangeline, first place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. Now entering the ring, Class 408.
All right, this is our class starting our new begin division off. A doe that's pretty easy top to this class. Really combines a lot of strength and substance and width. She's wider from third to third, and the doe's behind her. She's straighter and stronger in that foreleg. She's wider through the hocks. Two really similar placings, 2 through 4. I think the doe here in 2 is placed a little over the doe here in 4 for just that strength over the loin as she moves out about the ring. The width between the hocks and staying that she shows as she moves out about the ring. And then 3 placing over 4, just a bit more length of bone, a bit more width, a bit more openness to rib, and you get your hands lighter than this 4th place doe. She's a stronger bone pattern than we see at the 4th place doe.
Let's go ahead and talk about these two up top because they're really, really good. I believe they're twins. The one that wins, I'll tell you what, I don't care what breed of goat you're looking at, when you want to build one from the skeleton, from the ground up, this is pretty close to it. You put that tight of a height on one, you put that kind of upper rib shape, that much muscle mass, you've got you a pretty good goat. I think I'm more excited about that goat than the young man showing it. He stays pretty calm and collected. The one in second, a little more extended, a little more up-fronted, maybe just a touch straighter up on that shoulder, not laid back exactly where I'd want to be, but equal in terms of handle and muscle shape. Phenomenal set up top. Our red and white next in line just gets into a really tough class here because she's cool necked, she's big enough back, wants to bring her hocks in just a little bit. Likewise, our 2 goats down here, really good in terms of just having some muscle shape at this standpoint. I think they're on a good track, need more time before they get to that mass that we find up top. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of our Nubian Junior Does, Class 302, fourth place, Elijah Harvey, Slidell High, FFA. Third, Chase Fontenot, Livingston. Second Louisiana bred, Colton Hess, Terrebonne. And first Louisiana bred, Madison Pierre, Iberville. Class number 303, Junior Nubian Does is coming into the ring. There are 13 entries.
We've got a single entry here, but I tell you what, you get up front of this one, she's busted open in that chest floor. She's big right here in her forerib, monster top, level hip. This one's got some quality to her, I think could certainly withstand some competition. Look forward to seeing her again later in the division. The young lady's got one that leads off the class here that's just massive, everywhere from her top to her rib to her lower hip and leg. Really, really good. I'd like to see just a touch more set maybe in that rear hock, and obviously you always want to see more substance in terms of bone size, but let's just look at this one's body and muscle, and we're pretty excited. Likewise, the other one that's obviously in production here, great in her lines, cool up there through her front end, smooth in her shoulder, acceptable in terms of muscling. The one next in line probably has more muscle shape on the profile than the one just in front of her. Not quite as good in terms of her construction to her hip and that hind leg, but really got some good pieces, big rib, big top. Our two goats on the end, just a little skinnier. We need to get them going in terms of muscle and just feed to get them to where these others are. But they've got some good pieces to them in terms of their clean lines and extension up through their neck. Congratulations to these young people.
Placings in Class 410. Fifth place, Anna Stevens, East Baton Rouge. Fourth place, Jace Johnson, Vernon. Third place, first place, Louisiana bred, Jesse Sashery, Lafayette. Second place, Landry Lejeune, Evangeline. First place, Kaisley Bro, Iberia.
All right, this is my lineup here for selection of a Nubian Nubian first place kind of a junior yearling, senior kid class we have here. We have some kids that are almost a year old or right at a year old, and we're starting to see some of these kids that are getting in a little, still working off that baby weight or kind of getting that dry yearling chunkiness to them. Some of these does need to be probably productive in terms of in the milk parlor sooner than others. And then we have some on the other end of the line that just need to keep growing. They need some groceries. They just need time to mature. And that's okay, because as I said this morning, Nubians take 4 and sometimes 5 years to get where they're going. In my experience, they're one of the slower maturing breeds, and especially there's a lot of lines within Nubians that are even slower. So when you have a slow maturing Nubian, when you have a Nubian doe that's at the back of the line, for example, I had a yearling doe, and I know I need to keep moving, so I won't speak too long on this. I had a yearling doe that was the only time I even brought her into the show ring, I think she was 17 of 17 goats. And now she's at 6 years old. She's probably the biggest goat in my barn. So they take time to get where they're going is what I'm trying to say. And so sometimes you see the does that are already pretty big, pretty kind of precocious. Sometimes that's about they won't even end up being the biggest doe in your barn at the end of the day. But when I started this lineup here at the head of the line, this doe here is so close to being a little bit too close to having what we call excess fleshing in terms of dairy strength component, but she's still the longest bone doe out in this lineup. She shows a lot of length, a lot of levelness. It's that advantage she's showing us over the doe behind her for that length and levelness. 2 in her turn, placing over 3, just a lot more substance to this doe. She's deeper into the chest. She's showing greater strength of bone, more width. 3 placing over 4, dairy strength, just a longer neck on this doe, more sharpness in the withers. 4 placing over 5, body capacity, much deeper into the chest. She's wider from thorough to thorough. 5 placing over 6, advantage in her turn is dairy strength with that lovely angular length of neck, that in curving of thigh as well as in feet and legs. She's stronger in that front leg. She's more angulated in that rear leg set. This doe here, and I believe this is 6. Yes, placing over 7. She walks around the ring with a more uphill nature to her walk. She's more level in her chine as she moves out about the ring. And she in her turn is slightly more angulated in that rear leg set. She's wider through the hocks, wider up into the discussion area. 7 placing over 8. 7 placing over 8. Body capacity, once again, just a much deeper body doe. I think we kind of have a couple different styles of does, both shown within really 5 through 9. We just kind of have some different contrasting styles. And then as we move back in the lineup, once again, we're just not seeing the depth, we're not seeing the width, we're not seeing the substance and strength to be more competitive with the does higher in the lineup. And that does not mean they're bad goats. I think there's a lot of good components to these does here at the end of the line. I look at the feet and legs, look at the angulation, I look at the dairy strength and sharpness. Just want them to continue growing, continue maturing, and they will fill out. If you continue to put the groceries to them, they will continue to fill out. They will continue to improve to be more competitive with the does in front of them as they mature.
As we come back over here, we've got a really nice set, and I want to talk a little bit about the one that starts because this young man's brought us some nice ones, and this is another one. You want to talk about muscle shape, you want to talk about skeletal build and body. She puts all that together, and she does it very, very nicely. Our doe in second's a little tighter up there in that chest floor. She's a little longer bodied, maybe doesn't have quite the feature and the correctness on her feet and legs that we find in our lead doe, but wow, you just look at that body shape and her muscle shape on the profile, you get pretty excited. Likewise, as we bounce into third, we're giving up a little bit of that muscle mass, but still built really well. Just want to open this one up and give her more. Likewise, our black one's a little harder to read out here, but I think we're an attractive kind of goat, giving up just a little bit of shape and muscle compared to our top 2 especially. And as we fall into our 4th, 5th, and 6th, I just want to give more punch and power in terms of sheer muscle shape and mass when I get my hands on them. Nice class from top to bottom. Give them a hand if you would, please.
Placings in class 411, 7th place, Anna Stevens, East Baton Rouge. 6th place, Rowan Wallace, Tangipahoa. 5th place, Peyton Wallace, Tangipahoa. 4th place, 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Cooper Lalonde, St. Tammany. 3rd place, Jacob Lamarca, Tangipahoa. 2nd place, Emma Claire Lachele, Iberia. 1st place, Louisiana bred, Emmett Guillory, Evangeline. Now entering the ring, class 412.
Results of class 303 for our Nubian junior does. 10th place, Annalise Neely, St. Landry. 9th, Jenna Stelly, St. Landry. 8th, 5th Louisiana bred, Emma Corpier Vernon. 7th, 4th Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean Lafouche. 6th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Mason Pierre Iberville. 5th, Kylie Delat, St. Tammany. 4th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejean Lafouche. 3rd, 1st Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie Terrebonne. 2nd, Braylon Lanou, Tangipahoa. And 1st, Sajal Moneyhun, Tangipahoa. Class number 304 Nubian Junior Does are entering the ring. There are 17 entries.
This is a challenge. Even though we only have 2 in here, we've got 2 pretty good ones, and I don't know what's right or wrong. I can describe the differences. The one that wins is the bigger bodied doe. She's the bigger top. She's the bigger ended doe that has more shape as you study her from the profile. She has more to her when you get up on top of her. What I really appreciate, the one in second's got some pretty cool lines and some uniqueness to her, particularly up there through that neck and front end. She's a touch longer bodied, maybe even leveler hip. Doesn't have quite the punch in terms of muscle mass that we find in our class 1, but 2 exceptionally high quality does. We've got another nice class here and a competitive top pair. The red doe that wins does so just from a mass standpoint. You get behind her, she's the widest pin. She carries the most dimension of muscle through that center and lower leg. She's the bigger bodied one. I like how attractive the black doe is in second. She's beautiful in her top line, extended up through her neck, but she wants to lighten up just a little bit as we get down low and we hit the ground relative to the doe that wins. Our white doe, another big-bodied one with enough muscle shape, maybe not quite as attractive as some of the others out here, but she's got the basics and the fundamentals down extremely well. Likewise, our doe in fourth comes to us in a little thinner condition, not near the muscle shape that we find in some of these others. Let's give them a hand again, please.
Placings in Class 413, fourth place, Avery Lyons, Tangipahoa. Third place, Isabel Jones, West Carroll. Second place, first place, Louisiana bred, Sophie K. Vernon. First place, Emma Claire Latchley, Iberia. Now entering the ring, Class 414. This is our final class before the drive.
We're staying very competitive at the top end of these doe classes. The one that wins, she's again, I really like how this one's built, how she's put together from a skeletal standpoint. She has a tremendous amount of body. She's a bit leveler hip. Maybe the one in second. The one in second probably has the best handle right out of her shoulder into that back and back into that loin. She's got tremendous side shape in the profile in terms of her muscling. She gets a bit steeper hip. She's maybe not quite as broody and big volume as the one that we have up front, not quite as extended maybe up there through that neck, but two extremely competitive does. As we bounce down to third, fourth, and fifth, we've got does right here that I think fit in very nicely. We're long enough necked, we're cool enough fronted. To compete up higher in this class, we simply need more body mass or more muscling down that top and through their hip.
All right, beautiful class of Nubian yearling does. Just a tremendous class. It's really the top 7 or 8 does in this class. Just very strong. I'm starting off the doe at the head of my line. I switched these two at the last minute. This doe here, and I think there's so many trade-offs with this pair of does. The advantage for me, when I finally saw them on the move, kind of saw them in comparison. This doe here in 1 is just walking around the ring with more width through the hocks than we're seeing with the doe here in 2. She's walking around the ring with more levelness from that over that rump from hips to pins on the move, and she's slightly more more extended forward in that brisket area. She will grant ever so slightly to the length of bone of our second place doe. Our second place doe placed over our third place doe. It's the levelness over the chine. She moves about the ring. It's the angulation in the rear leg set, and she's slightly more uphill on the move. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. This is an interesting placing. There are times when this fourth place doe, she will set up and she looks extraordinary, like she should be easily at the top of the class. But on the move, we're just seeing a doe who's a little bit more uphill, a bit more angular, a bit more level over the chine, and longer necked. On the move, she walks around the ring with more length than what we're seeing with this fourth place doe today. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. Tremendous amount of depth of body and spring of rib. She's deeper in the chest and showing greater spring. She's longer boned and more uphill at rest than what we see with this fifth place doe. 5 placing over 6 today. Advantage in her turn. It's just more substance and more strength and width. 6, 7, and 8 are very similar style does. I kind of grouped them together really quickly. The advantage for me lies with just this angulation to the rear leg over both 7 and 8. And then 7 placing over 8, just slightly more width from thorough to thorough. And then 8 placing over 9 for the dairy strength and length of neck, as well as the levelness from hips to pins. And then 9 placing over 10 for in her turn for the upstandingness and levelness over the chine, while yielding some to the tremendous length of bone and openness of rib of our 10th place doe. And our 10th place doe really placing over the balance of the class, because we're just having a doe that's just a little more balanced across the 3 areas of the scorecard. She's more open in the rib than several of the does behind her. She's deeper bodied than several of the does behind her, and she's stronger in feet and legs than a few of the does as well. And so she's just a more consistent doe across the 3 areas of the scorecard than we see with the does behind her today. Thank you.
Results of class number 304 of our Nubian Junior Does. 10th place, Braylon Luno from Tangipahoa. 9th, 6th Louisiana bred, Izzy Holman, Iberia. 8th, Memphis Sibley, Livingston. 7th, Jenna Stelly, Landry. 6th, 5th Louisiana bred, Kylie Delat, St. Tammany. 5th, 4th Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie, Terrebonne. 4th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Patton Lejeune, Lafouche. 3rd, 2nd Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejeune, Lafouche. And 1st, Sajal Moneyhun from Tangipahoa. Class number 305 of our Junior Nubian Does is entering the ring.
A reminder that market goat registration and scales will close in 20 minutes. You have until 4 to turn in your weight card.
This is good. This is fun. It's enjoyable to be out here to sort through these myotonics. I haven't had a chance to judge a lot of them in the show ring. I've been to several myotonic breeders and purchased different myotonic goats that we incorporated into our weather goat genetics years ago. And I enjoyed it, and I enjoy sorting through these. To me, there's 2 or 3 of them out here that are really contenders that I think that I'm gonna just make a few comments about because they're different in some of their shapes and sizes. The young man in third right here is one that I really like. This one on the profile, up and out of that neck. We're big enough in our top. Tremendous side muscle shape back through that hip and leg. That one we look at. A little hairier one right here in fourth. Big bodied, big enough top, big enough ended. Wants to get a little and easier in her top once in a while, but certainly some unique pieces, but very different from some of the others. I talked about the young man in fifth in class. This thing is so put together so well in terms of her angles, her rib shape, her mass up top, and his big old ended. I like a lot of things about that goat. Is she the most massive or the most expressive? I don't know, but she's right up there, kind of knocking on the door. Likewise, the young lady right here in front of me, in terms of side muscle shape, and you get behind them, this one's probably as big-ended as any of them. She handles the great big old top. She carries a little more breastbone. She straightens ever so slightly, maybe in that front knee and hock relative to a couple others in here. But I tell you what, you better appreciate the good in that one because she's really good. I like the one right behind her. Again, just that incredible brood animal look is maybe the best way to put it, that you know they're going to be functional, you know they're going to be easy doing, they're going to take care of themselves and get along extremely well. Red doe here in second from the end, massive when you get behind her. There's a nice set of them out here. I've enjoyed this part of it. I hope you guys in the audience appreciate the time and effort and passion that goes in behind all these goats and these young people. Let's give them a big round of applause, if you would, please.
Our champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Cullen Guillory, Evangeline Parish, and our reserve champion goes to Kaisley Bro Iberia. We still need to pick our reserve champion Louisiana bred.
All right, this class is a perfect illustration of like when I talk about the last couple of classes and just seeing so much differences in maturity and showing so many like, just with Nubians, just hang on, just keep doing what you're doing. And if you have a good goat, it'll continue to mature and grow into its frame. And as we get into this kind of over a year old phase with Nubians, you have some does that just keep growing and keep stretching, and you have other does that just get super chunky and just kind of round boned. It takes a freshening to kind of fix that sometimes. And and we have a doe here at 1 that if I saw this class a month ago, this may not have been the case. But I see this doe here in 1 that's she's really just blossomed into a goat that just shows tremendous advantages over the balance of the class and dairy strength. And I think a lot of that has to do with them seeing some of these does here that probably need to be bred and probably need to be in production because they're just if when you kind of get into that dry yearling phase with a lot of Nubian does, they either need to keep growing and keep maturing. In the case for some of these does, they need to be milking. They need to be paying you back for all the feed bill that you put into them over the past year and a half. This doe here at the head of the line, I think she's exactly where she needs to be. She's very correct, very dairy, very long, very level. She's so open. The one thing I was waiting, I pretty much had chosen her to win this class, and then I wanted to make sure that she was correct in that rear leg set. And then she walked away from me, and she's also the widest in this class. And I was like, just go stand over there. That's easy. And then as we move back towards the back of the line here, 2 in her turn, placing over 3. We're starting to lose a lot of that dairy strength. We're not seeing the dairy strength and sharpness and angularity and freedom from excess fleshing that we saw with our first place doe. But this doe here in 2 really excels in levelness from hips to pins and levelness over the back, and she's on the move. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. Just a wider made doe at this point. She's wider from throw to throw. She's wider through that chest floor. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. A little more dairy, a little more upstanding, longer in the neck, a little more correct in that front end with more extension and brisket. And she's straighter in those front legs too. The brown doe placing over the black doe, easy, just levelness over that back and rump, levelness from hips to pins on the move. The black doe placing over the light brown doe behind her, just a more substance and more depth. I really admire the width of rump on this doe here, second from the end. I just want her to have a little more consistency and with that depth and width earlier in her, we see more width in the muzzle. We see more width through the chest floor than what we see with this brown doe. And then the brown doe placing over the black doe, she levels out more from hips to pins, more from in that chine area when she gets out on the move than this black and tan doe at the end of the line today. Black and tan, I love the dairiness, I love the angularity, and we know with Nubians, those top lines will correct themselves if you give them time to reach full maturity. So a doe that's a year old with the chine-ish that's just not quite where I would want it, that's not a doe that I would be concerned about because she's so correct in her feet and legs, that beautiful angulation, she's open in the rib, and I would definitely give this doe time to mature.
Results of class number 305. 8th place, Kali Delat, St. Tammany. 7th place, 7th Louisiana bred, Nora Newby, Calcasieu. 6th Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie, Terrebonne. 5th Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejean, Lafourche. 4th Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie, Terrebonne. 3rd Louisiana bred, Lawson Bache, Livingston. 2nd Louisiana bred, Patton Lejean, Lafourche. And first Louisiana bred, Cheyenne Ernest Vermillion. Coming into the ring is class number 307, Nubian Junior Does. There are 6 in the class. After class 308, we're going to select a Junior Nubian Doe champion and then our overall Nubian Doe.
Okay, interesting class here because we have a yearling class that all these does should be dry, but we have several does that have already freshened in this lineup. So because they were entered in this class before they weren't changed. And so I'm using the junior doe scorecard to assess this class. So I'm just treating these does that are in milk as if they were precocious. So we can have a consistent scorecard to judge the class. We're going to start off with this doe at the head of the line that just is really the most correct doe in terms of general appearance in the lineup. She excels over the doe behind her in levelness over that chine. She excels in correctness of that rear leg set. She excels in strength of that front end assembly and straightness of foreleg and strength in that foreleg. The doe second at placing over the doe third, just a much deeper body doe into that rear barrel. I do think this doe is bred, about to freshen. This doe is bred, right? The two is bred. She's bred. Ma'am, she's bred. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. It's a recently fresh doe versus a doe that's been bred recently that's due soon. So we have that depth of body is certainly something to be accounted for there. 2, 3 placing over 4 and a closer placing, very similar style of does. This doe here is just a little more correct in those feet and legs, particularly stronger and straighter in that foreleg. 4 placing over 5, more correct structure to that rump area. We have a little more levelness from throw to thurl. We have a little more smooth blending from the loin into the rump. And then 5 placing over 6. She's more correct on those rear legs being angulated. She's more correct at that point of shoulder being more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. And she's showing more body capacity. Thank you.
We have a single entry buck kid in here, built really well, I think, in terms of balance and conformation. We're dead on track. I think one that's got a really bright future as he matures. Give this young lady a nice hand.
All right, so a nice pair of kind of our super senior yearling class does that are almost 2. We just have so much more substance and strength and width in this doe here in 1. Placing over a doe here in 2. She's wider through the hocks. She's wider through the front legs. She's wider through the thurls. She's a longer bone doe, and she levels up more from hips to pins. It shows more length from hips to pins than we see with the doe here in 2 today. I admire the angulation and set to the rear legs of our second place doe.
Results of class number 308 of our junior Nubian does. Second place, Maddox Forest, Tangipahoe. First, Madeline Petrie, Terrebonne. Coming back into the ring, we're selecting our junior Nubian Doe champion from class number 302 is Madison Pierre. Class number 303, Sajal Moneyhun. 304, Sajal Moneyhun. 305, Cheyenne Ernest. 307, Caleb Petrie. And 308, Madeline Petrie.
Very competitive pygmy buck class that we have out here. When I get my hands on them, there's one of them out here that's just stout and really big topped. And I think from a skeletal standpoint, the one that we've got up here in front really suits me extremely, extremely well. Compact enough in terms of his body type, some proportions to him that you really like. Coming into second, maybe not built quite as good, but really one that's downsized and looks the part in terms of just that pygmy look that gives you those proportions that tell you, hey, I'm not going to get real big. I'm compact in my kind. I'm still good in my rib. I'm still good enough on my feet and legs. As we bounce into third and fourth, third to me is one that I really appreciate in terms of his boxy type. He wants to come over just a touch in his front knee, as does the one in fourth. Love the foot size and bone and just ruggedness and stoutness that this guy has. But once in a while, that knee comes over. We're finding that as we go down into these lower two goats. I just want to change them from a skeletal standpoint a little bit. We can move them up in class. Nice set. Let's give them a hand, please.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of junior champion Nubian. I think the competition really comes down to the does that are just kind of putting together all three components of the scorecard. I think there's some does out here that are lacking the depth of body and spring of rib we certainly want to see with our maturing Nubian junior does. Of course, we don't really need that depth of body into the rear barrel that we want to see with the senior doe quite yet. But when we look at this lineup here, when we evaluate these does, I think it really comes down to the two does here that are certainly the most correct in terms of this. I believe it's a March kid here, second from the end, and then this kid here, the yearling here right in the middle. And when I evaluate these two kids, I think the doe that just really puts it together for me with that angulation and set to the rear legs, that length of neck, and just that dairy strength and openness of rib is this kid here right in the middle. This yearling should be our champion. We're bringing our second place doe in that class. I really admire the head and breed character on this doe. Beautiful head and breed character, beautiful brisket on this doe. She's deep, she's just really angular and sharp and open. I think the closest competition really is between her and then this doe second in line here. I really just admire this top line on this doe, the levelness she's showing us today, the correctness she's showing. I think like to maybe move her front leg a little closer to me here. Her back leg, yeah, move that a little closer. Set that a little more correctly. There you go. There you go. A little more when she really stands correctly. She really is nice on her feet and legs. And this doe would be our reserve champion.
This class presents some challenges for me from the standpoint that we've got some give and take that we have to really look at, because we have some skeletal issues up in these front knees where they're wanting to just come over and buck over on it, and I need to make them just a little bit better there. I thought the one that started probably gives me the stoutest head, the stoutest bone work, really good hair coat in terms of just sheer length of hair. I like him better in terms of his build. Is he perfect in his front knee? I don't think so, but he's probably the best of the four. Coming in next, same thing. I like his compact size. I appreciate that. Wants to come over ever so slightly. Love how his hip and hind legs put together. As we come into third, here's where we're starting to buck over just a little bit. If you look at that front leg, that front knee wants to pop just a little bit. Take that away. This thing right here is probably our class winner, because I really like the squareness at top, the levelness of hip. All those other things are really good. And likewise, another one in terms of body type that I like on the bottom, I just want to change him from a skeletal standpoint. Love his ruggedness, love his compact design, just coming over too much up front for me. Nice class. Give them a hand if you would, please.
Results of our junior Nubian doe. Our champion Louisiana bred is Cheyenne Ernest from Vermilion. Our reserve champion is Sajel Moneyhunt from Tangipahoa. And our reserve champion Louisiana bred is Patton Lejeune from Lafourche. We are now going to select our overall Nubian doe, and then we're going to move on to our Nubian bucks.
As we work into our champion drive here in this division, really, really nice in terms of just quality livestock, and I don't care what breed we're talking about. We still need to make them right in terms of their skeleton. That's something that we can talk about as being universal. I think there's one of them out here that really excels in terms of how those joints are put together, how the hip and rear leg and rear hock sets in, the front knee sets back. Then you get your hands on them, just great big old top, square made kind of a billy goat. I think it gets a little closer. And then from reserve, before I select our champion, let's give them a round of applause, if you would, please.
All right, so this is our lineup here for selection of overall Nubian champion. We have our Nubian senior, our Nubian reserve senior champion. We have our Nubian junior champion. Not taking anything away from our junior champion, our reserve junior champion that were just here. But when you look at our senior does and we combine that 35 points that are on the scorecard for mammary system, and you balance that out with, and then you see on the scorecard where it says that, obviously we're yielding to maturity and seeing a does that are stronger as they mature, and we see 5-year-old here at the head of the line. I think it's a pretty obvious choice to use her for senior champion or for grand champion overall. All right, and then it gets a little closer just because I like this junior doe so much here behind her. But once again, we have a functional, productive, correct mammary system on this reserve champion senior doe. And I'm going to stay with this senior, make her reserve grand champion.
Our champion Nubian doe is Jenna Stelly from St. Landry. Our reserve champion doe is Cheyenne Ernest from Vermilion. In the ring, we're selecting our champion and reserve Louisiana bred.
All right, this is our Louisiana bred champion. And once again, we bring a very productive, correct yearling, almost 2-year-old doe compared to it's kind of a junior yearling here behind her. And then when you combine that depth of body and that strength in the front end, the depth in the rear barrel, the width that she's showing us today, with that balance of the mammary system, it's a pretty easy choice to use her for Louisiana bred champion. That's our senior champion.
Okay, that's our Louisiana bred.
On our single entry doe kid here, we've got one that really gets out and goes exceptionally well, especially for this age. Love this one's future. Neck, lines, everything is right about this one. Congratulations, young lady.
So we're bringing back this is our reserve Louisiana senior champion today, and we see her against our junior champion. That was our overall junior champion and our Louisiana bred junior champion. When we look at these two does, the advantage for me when There's a lot to like about this senior doe. She was super productive, but she just kind of broke down in the ring when she had her general appearance. You compare her to the correctness of general appearance that we saw with our junior champion. She didn't have the body capacity advantage either that we had with that yearling doe over our junior doe. And once again, it's two different scorecards, so it's a little bit more, it's tougher to evaluate. We're looking at a junior doe scorecard versus senior doe scorecard. But for the strength that we see in general appearance, such a nice junior doe. And then really she stands over a really nice body of work. The junior doe show is really deep today. There's a lot of high quality Nubian does in the junior lineup today. She's stronger in the rear pasterns on the move. She's more correct in that brisket, and she's more correct over that rump area. She's certainly more dairy. She's obviously going to yield some of the capacity in terms of when you balance that mammary system out with our 4-year-old doe today. But as where she is today, the correctness she's showing us today, I'm going to use our junior champion for reserve Louisiana bred champion.
Our champion Louisiana bred Nubian doe was Patton Lejeune from Lafourche, and our reserve champion Louisiana bred Nubian doe is Cheyenne Ernest from Vermilion. We're moving on to our Nubian bucks.
They may be little, but they've got attitude, and they're going to do what they want to do. So a little challenging out here on some of these, whether it's walking or wanting to hold still. The one that wins the class, I think, really compact in terms of her body type. Where I think she excels is her skeletal build and her hip and hind leg. I think she's good enough there in that front knee. I'd like to shag her up just a little bit more, but I think great head shape, great build, a lot of positive things going on there. Love the lines in the next one in terms of her top strength, her levelness of hip, that rear leg. Wants to come over just a touch in that front knee. Our third place here, actually, we've got these two flip guys. Let's go ahead and switch those two. I apologize. And we've got our black one in third. Again, just a little better in terms of her top line than some of the others out here. I appreciate that. She's not maybe as stout in terms of her feature, not maybe as compact. Our one on the end, I think this one's got a bright future. Once she decides to cooperate, she could work herself all the way up at her first or second, but she's just kind of a handful out here today. Let's give them a nice round of applause, please.
All right, just a really nice class of bucks here, 1 through 6. 6 really strong bucks. And the advantage for me lies with this buck at the head of the line. Just the most correct set of feet and legs, particularly that rear leg set. He's just more angulated in that rear leg. He's straighter and stronger in that foreleg than we see with our buck here in 2. And then just overall, he's just deeper into the chest forward and fuller at that point of elbow. 2 in his turn, placing over 3. In his turn, he's straighter in that foreleg. He's more angulated in that rear leg set. He's wider through the rear legs. He levels out more from hips to pins. 3 in his turn, placing over 4. Just a length of body advantage. Just a longer made buck. He's longer in the neck, longer from hips to pins. He's just more upstanding on the move. And he in his turn also shows more width to the hocks. 4 placing over 5. The advantage is that substance and depth and strength. He's wider through the chest floor, straighter and stronger in that foreleg, deep, wider through the rear legs and wider through the hocks. And then 5 placing over 6 and a closer placing. Once again, I'd like to move the forelegs on both of these bucks a little back behind those withers, or kind of underneath the withers, so to speak. But overall, this buck is just showing a little more correctness and straightness to that foreleg and angulation to the rear leg and width through the pastern. He's a bit more upstanding on the move, and he tends to level out more from hips to pins. Our 6th place buck, I'd like to move that foreleg just back under those withers and give him a little angulation more so, but still just a very nice, correct buck. I think overall this is just a really nice class. There's not a buck out here I'd look at and be like, I wouldn't want to breed a doe to that buck because I think they're a bad buck. This is a really deep, strong class of bucks. Thank you.
That's funny when I'm explaining it. We've got a really, really interesting class out here, and I'm one that no matter what species I'm in, and you've heard me say this, I want to sort on skeletal build, and that's primarily where we're at here. And when I talk about that within the pygmies, and I'm sure it's something that they're aware of and are working on, but that front end when they want to buck over on me, that concerns me just a little bit. I think we've got a close top pair up here. The one that wins, just a little stouter headed, a little more rugged made. Like where that one sets down on the ground. I like how this one gets out and goes. Compact in terms of her body type, really good in terms of her feet and legs. The one in second, young lady does a nice job showing just a tick straighter up front, but still very acceptable. Love her lines, love that kind of look, real feminine in terms of her kind. Some real positive things there. The one next in line, she doesn't exactly want to cooperate, but I tell you what, I think when she does settle down, she's got some things that are pretty unique about her in terms of being the next best built one, still compact in terms of her type and kind. Next in line, we've got one. We're starting to get into some of these that are coming just a little more forward up in that front knee, wanting to buck over just a little bit for me. And as we work our way through here, we've got them, to me, that if we can set that knee back and give them more flexibility, particularly the one on the end, you can see how she wants to just come over a little bit. And that's something that no matter what livestock we're working with in terms of longevity and ease on their joints, that we really need to keep in mind. Nice class. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Placings in class 506, 7th place, Valerie Patton, West Feliciana. 6th place, Kaysen Sistrunk, West Carroll. 5th place, Maddox Forest, Tangipahoa. 4th place, Madison Sistrunk, West Carroll. 3rd place, Anna Cole, Ascension. 2nd place, Louisiana bred, Zoe Berthelot, St. James. First place, Louisiana bred, Andre Shepard, St. James. Now entering the ring, class 507.
Results from class 315 of our Nubian Bucks. 6th place, 4th Louisiana bred, Mason Pierre Iberville. 5th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. 4th, 2nd Louisiana bred, Morgan Lejean Lafouche. 3rd, 1st Louisiana bred, Kylie Delot St. Tammany. 2nd, Cheyenne Ernest Vermilion. And 1st, Sagel Money Hunt Tangipahoa. Class number 316 of our Bucks is in the ring. After this, we will select our champion Nubian Buck, and then we'll select our Nubian Goat Trip and Nubian Parish group.
This one's a challenge because I tell you what, the young lady's doe that wins this class, I absolutely love a lot of things about her. Starting with that head, that top line, that shoulder, the hip, all those things are so positive and kind of where I want to be. Again, you've heard me talk about it. We're just a touch forward in that knee, but we're going to call this acceptable because there's so much good everywhere else. Our second one line, that's where she has the advantage. She's set back a little further. I think she's a little better built one up through her front end. She wants to steepen just a little in her hip. She's not maybe as compact as what we have up there. And the third one, I think we've got three in here that could have been very competitive in any class that came out here because I like this one. I love her head shape. I think in my mind, she's good enough up in her front end, good enough in that hind, and really compact in terms of her body type. To me, there's three really good ones out here. Take your choice, pick your poison. Really, really nice. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placings in Class 507, third place, Maddox Forest, Tangipahoa. Second place, Chloe Smith, East Carroll. First place, Blair Landry, Ascension.
Just a really nice class of 8 very strong, handsome yearling, but almost yearling bucks here. And I'm starting my line off of the buck. That just felt like it was the most consistent across the 3 of the scorecard. As he on the move, he really does level out. I think he's more uphill on the move than the buck behind him. He's a little more correct on those rear legs and those forelegs, being straighter and stronger in the past turns, more angulated in that rear leg set. 2 in his turn placing over 3, just so much more substance and depth. This buck, we see a lot more depth into the chest floor and fullness of the point of elbow. 3 in his turn is placing over 4, just more dairy strength. He's longer in the neck, he's sharper in the withers, more open in the rib. 4 in his turn placing over 5. These are probably the closest placing in the class because I think in the side profile, we have a brown version and we have a black version of almost the same buck. They're very similar in style. 4 is just a bit more lengthy, a bit more flat-boned, and it has a bit more extension of brisket than our 5th place buck. Our 5th place buck really excelling over our 6th place buck. Just more correctness in the feet and legs. I find a little more correctness in that rear leg set with that angulation, just set to those rear legs, the strength of those pasterns, and more straightness in that foreleg and strength in that foreleg in relation to that frame. 6 in his turn placing over 7. I love the upstanding. This is a dairy buck. I just love the dairiness of this buck. He's more open. He's more incurving of thigh. He's flatter bone throughout. You look at dairy strength and you think, well, they're both very kind of sharp and open, but this buck is stronger boned than we see with this buck here in 7. And then 7 placing over 8. He's more level over the chine. He's more level over the rump, and he's wider from throw to throw than our buck here at the end of the line today. Thank you.
With our single entry class out here, I think if you start at the front end of this one and study that skull shape and that head shape, you're pretty excited. With the chest, feature of bone, everything comes into play really well. Just a touch forward in that knee, but we get around behind this one. She's good enough in her hip and good enough in that hind leg. I think this young lady brought us a nice one.
First place, Michaela Hashi, St. Tammany, now entering the ring, Class 509.
Results of Class 316. 8th place, Kiara McDaniel, Wynn. 7th, Eva Duff, West Carroll. 6th, Jenna Stelly, St. Landry. 5th, 4th Louisiana bred, Caleb Petrie, Terrebonne. 4th, 3rd Louisiana bred, Madeline Petrie, Terrebonne. 3rd, 2nd Louisiana bred, Cheyenne Ernest, Vermilion. 2nd, Sajel Moneyhun, Tangipahoa. And 1st Louisiana bred, Patton Lejeune Lafouche. Coming back into the ring for our Nubian Buck Drive from Class 315, Sajel Moneyhun, and 316, Patton Lejeune. Our goat trip, Nubian goat trip, will be after the selection of our bucks.
All right, that's our selection for junior champion. We look at our lineup of first 2 bucks. I think both these bucks are very similar. A little more maturity and age on our older buck. He's a little more defined and stronger in that front end assembly. But the advantage for me lies when we look at these two bucks, the correctness of feet and legs, as well as the width of rump in relation to his frame on our younger buck today. I'm going to come up to the front of the line, use our younger buck for junior champion or for buck champion. And then we bring our second place buck in that class, and it gets a little closer in placing here because we have a buck there that is super level. I love the levelness that he's showing us today, but just not quite the strength. And we certainly want to see masculinity and strength and substance in our breeding bucks. And we just see a lot more strength in that front end. We see more width. We see more depth and substance and strength in our older buck in our older buck class. I'm going to use him for reserve champion. Okay, I bring back in our first place Louisiana bred bucks in each class, and for me, when I look at just once again, we look at feet and legs as such a huge component, and 25% of that is on the scorecard. And I see just the correctness and angulation of this buck here at the back of the line, just a bit more angulated and wider through the rear legs. I'm going to come back and use him for reserve champion, Louisiana bred.
As we work our way into this doe class, really happy with what we have up in the top couple of these. When this lighter colored doe came into class, she just floats around the ring. She's flexible in terms of her joints. She's heads up. Everything works out well. She's dense enough in terms of her body type. I think handles really nice. There's a lot of good in this one, particularly her skeletal build and when we watch her get out and go. The second in class, when this one hit the ring, I thought, wow, look at that head shape. Look at that chest width. Really compact, a lot of bone size and foot size. I want to change that right rear hock just a little bit when she goes away. It's wanting to do some things that I can't quite describe, but not maybe as correct as I'd like to be. We fixed that, and we've got one here that's big time good. Love both of those up top. We've got a little longer bodied one in here. She's still low enough to the ground. I think, again, the next most structurally correct one in class. I appreciate that. We come into our next two, coming just a touch forward in our knee, but still really good goats. This one straightens in her rear hock a little bit, like her up through her front end. And on the end here, big foot, just a little bit in at that knee and a little bit over at that knee. Really nice class, quality from top to bottom.
Placings in class 509. Fifth place, Valerie Patton, West Feliciana. Fourth place, Chance Fontenot, Livingston. Third place, second place, Louisiana bred, Presley Graham, Livingston. Second place, Tinley Roberts, Tangipahoa. First place, Effie Carpenter, Ascension. Now entering the ring, class 510.
Results of our Nubian Bucks. Our champion was Sajel Moneyhunt from Tangipahoa. Our reserve champion Louisiana bred. Our reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred was Patton Lejeune from Lafourche. And our reserve champion Louisiana bred Cheyenne Ernest from Vermilion. We're now selecting our Nubian goat trip. After, we're going to do Nubian parish groups. So all of those people need to be ready.
This class works together very nicely, I think. I think we have a nice sort in here, and it's always easier to sort good livestock, and I think we're pretty good from top to bottom in here. And then you can bring personal preference into play, and mine's always going to be on that skeletal build, and I believe the one that leads this class off with, when you put this one in motion, she's probably the best looking one out here that holds herself together the best. I really like a lot of things about her. Her incredible broodiness to her body, her top, her hip and hind leg are really, really good. I think she's in production and one that still looks the part. She may be a little easy on that front pastern, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather have that than come just a little too far forward in the knee. Really like our one in second as well. She's not quite as big featured. She's not quite as rugged in her bone work, but you want to talk about a big top and body and rib. She has all of those things in a real compact kind of a package. Neat little head in terms of stoutness up there and with the skull. All of those things positive. Good looking one in third. Young person does a great job of getting this one propped up. Really cool on that throat latch. Good in her lines. Wants to come forward ever so slightly in that front knee. Next one may not cooperate as well for this young man as we'd like, but still big bodied, compact, good enough in terms of the skeleton. Young lady next in line here, like this goat in terms of body, want to change maybe just a little bit on our feet and legs. Our two next ones that come together here look very similar. Both of them just a touch forward in that front knee, but still really, really good everywhere else. As we come down into our final two, the knees want to come in and come over a little bit, but let's look at the rest of it. This one's really elegant up through her front end, cool in that neck. Come back here, same thing. We're compact in our body, really short coupled, kind of low to the ground. Like some of those things about them. Excellent class. Let's put our hands together, please.
Placings in Class 510. Ninth place, Anna Cole, Ascension. Eighth place, Brenna Lee, Beauregard. Seventh place, Peyton Wallace, Tangibahoa. Sixth place, Kenneth Berthelot, St. James. Fifth place, Presley Graham, Livingston. Fourth place, Kason Sistrunk, West Carroll. Third place, Maddox Forest, Tangibahoa. Second place, Louisiana Bred, Rome Carpenter, Ascension. First place, Louisiana Bred, Tinley Roberts, Tangibahoa. Now entering the ring, Class 511.
Interesting. We've got to make some decisions up here on top, and I could flip back and forth on 1 and 2. One is just that bigger bodied, bigger topped one that's just a little boxier, more compact. But I really like we get up in front of this one. She's opened up in that chest floor and forerib, just massive up through there. Very compact and boxy in her type. I like the look and the balance that we have in our second doe. I think from a skeletal standpoint, she might even be my favorite, like a lot of things about her. As we come into third, here's another one, big-bodied, compact enough in terms of her kind. Wants to taper just a little bit into that hip and her rear hock. Our fourth place solid black one here, just a little shallower, tighter flanked in terms of her body, like the rest of her a great deal. And on the end, I appreciate how compact we are, not just quite perfect in that hip and hind leg. Nice class. Give them a hand, please. In our single entry class here, we've got one that's certainly cool enough looking up through that front end, like that real clean throat latch. We're big enough in terms of our body. I think we're proportionally good. Skeleton's pretty good. Maybe make this one just a touch more rugged, but I really like a lot of things about this. When she gets out and goes, she can actually flex and move. Really nice one in our single entry.
Results of class number 401 of our AOB Dairy Junior Does. First place, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoe. Class number 402 Junior Does are in the ring. There's 2 entries.
All right, nice pair of does here in our junior kid class, or intermediate kid class, excuse me. Advantage for me lies with the openness and in the escutcheon, the width of the hocks, and just the openness of rib we see when we get our hands on this La Mancha doe. Just much more dairy in that frame than what we see with our doe here in 2 today. Our doe here in 2, I really want to commend her for the strength and substance in the front leg, and she should be commended for that.
Results of class number 402 Junior AOB Dairy Does. Second place, Bradley White at Livingston. And first place, Jalen Whetstone, Tangipahoe. Class number 403 is entering the ring. There are 10 entries.
We've got 2 or 3 up at the top end of this class that are just deadly good, in my opinion. Call me old school, but when I talk about a body type with some compact look and just big old rib and maybe a little shorter cannon, rugged enough bone, I'll tell you what, this one that leads off has all those things, and her skeleton's good in terms of her angles to her joint, that hip and rear leg. She gets out and goes and really looks like a show goat. I like that one a great deal. Very similar body type coming next in line here. Maybe not quite as good right in that knee, but she's probably got a little more substance of bone to her. Everything, those two fit together so well. I didn't know where to go with our belted goat out here because I like some things about her a great deal. She's compact enough. She's opened up so wide up front. I'm afraid she's just a little outside her skeleton in terms of where her front legs come into that shoulder. I'd like to change that ever so slightly, but I tell you what, she's got some really unique things about her as well. Extremely compact one coming next, big bodied, short coupled, all those things that I can get excited about in terms of breed character. I'd like to change how she gets off that hind leg just a little bit. Coming next in line, this one's not wanting to cooperate real well. Love her bigness of feature, all those things are good. Head shape's good. Want to change that hip and hind leg just a little bit on her. Our lighter colored goat next in line sets down square and wide when this young man gets her set up. Doesn't hold her top line quite as well, maybe just a touch off on her hip, maybe just a touch thinner in terms of body condition out here today, so harder to possibly evaluate. Another compact one coming to us, just not maybe perfect in terms of how we get out and go, but I'll tell you what, standing right there, this one really hits me pretty darn hard. Like that one a great deal. As we bounce down into these others, just a little thinner body condition, maybe coming over just a little more in that front knee. This is a really, really good class. Please put your hands together to congratulate these young people.
Okay, interesting class of AOB does. We have a doe that starts the class that I just felt was a pretty easy top to the class. It's just stronger in general appearance than the balance of the class today. She really excels on the strength of forelegs. The strongest set of front legs in the class. She also combines that with more levelness over the chine, more depth in the chest floor, and more levelness from hips to pins than the Alpine doe behind her. The Alpine doe placing over the Nubian doe behind her for the correctness of feet and legs. She's more angulated in that rear leg set. She's more dairy and sharp and angular. And then we kind of get some interesting kind of back and forth on these next really 7 does. The Nubian doe placing over this La Mancha doe. She's stronger in the pasterns. She's straighter in the forelegs. She levels out more from the loin into the rump area. Just a little more smoothly blended from the loin into the rump. This black and white La Mancha doe over this mini Nubian doe behind her. She's showing more length, more abstangus on the move, more levelness over the chine. This mini Nubian placing over the La Mancha, just more substance and width. She's from thorough to thorough. Then the La Mancha placing over the doe behind her, straighter in the foreleg. The Sungal La Mancha placing over the white La Mancha, just a longer bodied doe than what we see with this really similar style doe. We kind of get into some feet and legs issues with these La Manchas here at the end of the line, and we just see a little bit more correctness and the length. She's a longer bone doe than this white doe. The white doe placing over this doe second from the end, just straighter in the foreleg. And the white doe placing over the black doe here at the end of the line. She's more correctly angulated in that rear leg set, and she's wider through those front legs than this black doe at the end of the line. Several of these La Mancha does at the end of the line, I'd love to clean up their feet and legs to move them higher in the class, but I think they're nice dairy does, and hopefully they'll kind of mature into that frame a little more as they mature.
Results of class number 403. 10th, Ava Lalonde, Creekside Junior High FFA. 9th, Cambry Drawn, St. Tammany. 8th, Gordon Burkhart, St. Tammany. 7th, Rainer Crawford, St. Tammany. 6th, Brooklyn Whetstone, Tangipahoa. 5th, Second Louisiana Bred, Colton Hess, Terrebonne. 4th, Julia Soledano, Creekside Junior High FFA. 3rd, Sajel Moneyhun, Tangipahoe. Second, First Louisiana bred, Eli Ernest, Vermilion. And first, Sophie K from Vernon. Class number 404 of our junior AOB Dairy Does are entering the ring.
Another enjoyable class to put together, and it's again relative to just the quality of the stock. I like our first three a great deal. The one that starts off with, to me, maybe comes together the best on the move. Really like this one when she gets out and goes. She loosens a little in her top, stout in her feature, compact in her design. This one's a little more old school in my mind. I like that head shape, big bodied, good in terms of her joints. Could make her just even a touch stouter featured, but I think this one's hard to pick a lot of holes in. She's got a lot of good in her. Likewise, our brown doe fits in really nicely. She's a big bodied one, deep in that forerib. She comes back into a pretty good hip, straightens ever so slightly into that hock. As we come down to our lighter colored one, big featured one, like that compact boxy shape, like all those things, gets just a touch off in that hip and hind leg for me. As we come down, this one obviously is quite a ways along, so a little harder to evaluate. I give her credit for being able to get around the ring at all, carrying that much in terms of her babies inside, but she's got some good in her. I hope she produces well. On the end here, we've got one that I just want to change from a skeleton standpoint in terms of that front knee and where she places it down. As we bounce over here, we've got some that would change, particularly in the front knee, maybe in that rear hind leg. Good set of goats from top to bottom. Once again, let's put our hands together, please.
All right, nice class of AOB does here in our senior kid class. Starting off the doe, I just feel like it's such an easy top to the class. Really sells in general appearance over the balance of the class. That beautiful top line, that beautiful strength and substance she's showing us today over this doe right behind her. Similar style does. We just have a doe who's much more level from hips and pens on the move, and at rest we have a doe who's much more correct and strong in that substance of the front leg. Two placing over three, closer placing with these two does. I just feel like two is just showing a bit more strength in that front end assembly with the extension of brisket and tightness and fullness of the point of elbow and depth in the chest floor. She's a little stronger on those rear pasterns on the move and tighter in the toes than what we see with our doe here in three. She will yield some to the tremendous openness or rib of our third place doe. It is that dairy strength placing her over four, just a much more dairy doe here in three. You get your hands on her, she's more open in the rib. She's also who's longer in the neck and sharper in the withers than our doe here in four. And then four placing over five, similar style does here. We see just a bit more width We see more depth in the chest, and we see more width through the hocks on the move than our doe here in 5 today. And I really want to commend our 5th place doe just for the width of rump and the width from throw to throw and the levelness from throw to throw.
Results of class number 404 of our AOB Dairy Does. 5th place, Braylon Luno, Tangipahoe. 4th, Sajel Moneyhunt, Tangi. 3rd, Raylan Whetstone, Tangipahoe. 2nd Louisiana bred, Caden Tucker, Walker High, FFA. And 1st Louisiana bred, Kinsley Henderson, Ascension. Class number 405 is entering the ring. It's a single entry.
All right, single entry, La Mancha doe here in our junior yearling class. I love the levelness over the chine this doe is showing us today. Those front legs are exactly where we want them, straight and strong, right under the withers. She's nice and strong on those rear pasterns, and she's open in the rib. We're going to give her a blue ribbon.
Congratulations to Raylan Whetstone. She's first place in your class 405. We are now bringing in class 406 AOB Dairy Does into the ring.
We're now ready for our Pygmy Doe Drive. Class 4, we need Tinley Roberts, Tangipahoa. Class 5, Presley Graham, Livingston. Class 6, Andre Shepard, St. James. Class 7, Blair Landry, Ascension. Class 8, Michaela Hashi, St. Tammany. Class 9, Effie Carpenter, Ascension. Class 10, Tinley Roberts, Tangipahoa. Class 11, Presley Graham, Livingston. Class 12, Anna Cole, Ascension. Class 13, Raleigh Smith, Livingston. Class 14, Raleigh Smith, Livingston.
All right, this is a class of 3 yearling does in our AOB division, and I'm starting off this La Mancha type doe that's just showing so much strength and width and substance and depth, and it is for that advantage in depth, especially into the chest floor, but also width from thorough to thorough that she's placing over a doe here in 2 today. She's also a doe who really opens up and shows a lot of width through the escutcheons for that advantage, width through the rear legs and up into the escutcheon. She's placing over 2, 2 placing over 3. I made a last minute change here. She's a little more correct on her feet and legs. She's stronger in those rear pasterns. She's more angulated in that rear leg set than what we see with our doe here in 3. She's deeper in the chest floor and fuller at the point of elbow in her turn to our doe here in 3 today. And I want to commend 3 today for the level that she's showing us over the chine on the move.
Results of class number 406, third place, Bradley Whited, Livingston. Second place, Emma Ramsey, Vernon. And first Louisiana bred, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Class number 407 of our AOB Dairy Junior Does is coming into the ring. There are 6 in the class.
And the next one, there's only
I think back to our myotonic doe drive and the quality that was there, and I think as we move into our pygmies here, no question there's some quality in here. In general, I've probably been a little harder on their skeleton and how they get out and move and where that front knee placement is, but those are things that my life experiences have kind of shaped me into. And I tell you what, it's hard to make good livestock no matter what breed we're working with, no matter what species we're working with. And I commend those behind these, the breeders, the families that are feeding and working with these, because they're mighty, mighty good and certainly a lot of quality to them. Everything in terms of quality can come in different shapes and sizes, but the uniform or common denominator is skeletal build and ability to get around the ring as effortlessly as possible. And I think we've got a couple out here that do that extremely, extremely well. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for this young people. Excellent job.
Our champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Raleigh Smith, Livingston. Our reserve champion and reserve champion Louisiana bred goes to Tinley Roberts, Tangipahoa.
Attention Go Premier exhibitors. Allie Stevens, Jacob Stevens, Leticia Espada Borges, and Elijah Harvey, you're needed for your Go Premier exhibitor interviews. Go Premier exhibitor interviews, Allie Stevens, Jacob Stevens, Leticia Espada Borges, and Elijah Harvey.
Pygmy Parish Group, 4 goats, 2 exhibitors.
All right, so this is a junior doe show, and we have several does in this class that have kidded, and they're already in this class. when the class was closed, and then they kidded between the I guess the verification date and then the show date. So they're still in this junior doe class. But forever, I am judging these does as junior does because that's how this is a junior doe show. And so when we look at the scorecard, it says on there, like it says, when junior does are to be evaluated in terms of if you have precocious does, does that have any kind of mammary system formation, you're not really supposed to evaluate that. So I am overlooking the mammary system component of the scorecard because I'm judging these goats like junior does. And when I look at this doe here at the head of the line, I just see an advantage today in general appearance, really over the balance of the class. She's the most correct on her feet and legs, being more correctly angulated in that rear leg set. She's stronger and straighter in that foreleg, and she's more nearly level from hips to pins than this Nubian-style doe behind her. The Nubian doe placing over our third place doe, she's shorter in the pastern, more correct in the pastern, tighter in the toe. She's more dairy and longer in the neck. This Alpine doe being 3, placing over 4, just so much more substance and strength to this doe. She's deeper into the chest floor. She's more extended forward in the brisket. She will yield some to the correctness of the toes, being not quite as tight in the toes as we see with our 4th place doe. Our 4th place doe placing over our 5th place doe. Closer placing here. These 2 does here at the end of the line literally just kidded this week, and they haven't put their rump together back yet. It takes a while. It takes a week, couple weeks, a month to kind of put their rump structure back together post kidding. So we see just more correctness in that rump from 3rd to thorough, and 4 placing over 5, and then 5 placing over 6. We see more correctness and levelness both over that chine and then from hips to pins in that rump structure than our doe here in 6. So I want to commend for the incurving of thigh that she's showing today. While I can't talk about the balance of the mammary system, I can talk about the incurving of thigh, which shows that this mammary system, as this doe continues to mature and she really comes into her milk, should really fill that area nicely because we do have that incurving of thigh to support that mammary system in the side profile.
Results of class number 407. 6th place, Brooklyn Whetstone, Tangipahoa. 5th, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoa. 4th, Paisley Sweet, Creekside Junior High FFA. 3rd, Landry Melanson, Livingston. 2nd, Sajel Moneyhun, Tangipahoa. And 1st, Bradley Whited, Livingston. Coming into the ring, we have class number 408. There are 3 in the class. After class 408, we're going to select our junior doe champion and then our champion AOB dairy doe before moving on to our bucks.
We have our parish groups out here. I think 2 groups that are really, really nice. I think some goats that did very well within the show. I'm going to go ahead and use the group right here in front of me as first. Excellent, excellent class. Second over there. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Tangipahoa first, St. James second.
All right, so our class of AOB does are almost 2 years old, and just this La Mancha doe, I think is just such an easy top to this class. A doe that really comes out with a lot of strength and a lot of substance. She's so correct in the rear leg and front leg. She's strong and straight in that foreleg compared to this Alpine doe behind her, and she's more correctly angulated, and she's stronger and more correct length in those pasterns. She's deeper into the chest floor and deeper into the rear barrel than we see with our doe here in 2. And then 2 placing over 3. In her turn, she's showing greater spring of rib. In her turn, she's showing more width in the chest floor. In her turn, she's showing more length and levelness in the hips, in the rump area from hips to pens when she gets out on the move over our 3rd place doe. This is just recently fresh and just a doe that just needs to continue to mature to be more competitive than 2 does in front of her.
We're now moving into our AOB buck. In the ring is class 601.
Results of class number 408, 3rd place, Paisley Sweet, Creekside Junior High FFA. 2nd place, First Louisiana bred, Ethan Smith, Rapides. And 1st place, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoa. Coming back into the ring for our AOB Dairy Junior Doe Drive from 401, Madison Whetstone. 402, Jalen Whetstone. 403, Sophie K. 404, Kinsley Henderson. 405, Raylan Whetstone. 406, Cameron Hudspeth. 407, Bradley Whited. And 408, Madison Whetstone.
As we move into our AOB bucks, we've got a couple up here at the top. Actually, all 3 are pretty nice kind of goats. The one that wins is a bigger featured kind of a goat. He's set back just a little better in his knee. I like that hip and hind leg on him, a little bigger in terms of his rib. The second one's up and out there in terms of elevation of chest floor. I think maybe just a tick straighter up through that front end, like the muscle shape, like with the extra shape when I get around behind. Coming in 3rd, just a little smaller goat that maybe doesn't have quite the extension and the maturity that we find in our first 2. Nice set. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placings in class 601, 3rd place, Britton Kiger. 2nd place, 2nd Louisiana bred, Ella Bailey Livingston. 1st place, Louisiana bred, Ava Bailey Livingston. Now in the ring is class 602, our final buck class.
We've got a buck out here that's really extended in terms of that front end. I think we have more coming in. We've got our second entry that was written in that they didn't have back there on the sheets that comes in. Really, really big kind of a buck here in terms of extra elevation and growth, performance. All of those things go into this one that wins the class. Put all that together with a skeleton that's built pretty well, I think we're pretty good. Could we stouten this one up just a little bit more in terms of muscularity? Possibly, but I tell you what, he's really good in all those other areas. Likewise, our one in second, built very similar, just a little smaller version. I like the ruggedness of bone. I like a lot of things about this one. 2 really good kind of bucks. Let's give them a nice congratulations.
All right, this is our first place lineup here for selection of grand champion, and some really nice does. I think there's 8 does in this lineup, and just it's fun to see all these competitive does out here. The doe, as I see the strength of feet and legs, particularly the strength of angulation, I see just the kind of different aspects of body capacity. Certainly, we see as these does increase from front to back, we see the more mature does are 2 years old. Really, the back of the line really should kind of carry that component. And for me, when I look at this lineup, the doe that just really puts it all together for me, she has that body capacity. She has that depth. She's so wide through the front legs, and she's correcting that front end with a really strong brisket. She's open in the ribs. She's level over the back and rump. That's going to be this doe at the end of the line. She'll be our champion. All right, so then for reserve champion, we bring back in our second place Alpine in that class, and I like this doe a lot. I think there's a lot of length to that doe, and Dairy Street shouldn't quite the general appearance, particularly in the feet and legs, that we see with a couple of the other does in front of her. And I think the competition really shifts to this Oberhasli second in line, this Alpine doe here in the middle, and then this La Mancha doe in front. And there's just so much to like about this Alpine doe. I love the rump angle, the width of rump, the levelness of rump, the correctness of feet and legs. And this Alpine doe here right in the middle, she'll be our reserve champion.
As we get into our division drive out here, I think we've got some comparisons we can give and take between our first class. We've got one that's just a touch more muscular, a little bolder made kind of a goat. He's bigger in that forerib. He's bigger in terms of his feature, laid back just a touch better in terms of his knee. He doesn't have that extreme elevation, extreme extension that we have in our second class winner. As we bump into the seconds in class, fall in very similar, I think, to those that won the class. Excellent set out here in our champion drive. I'll go ahead and select our champion in reserve. Put your hands together for these young people.
All right, and then for a selection of reserve Louisiana bred, we have 4 does out here. I think the doe that just really puts it together for me. She's most similar in type to our grand champion. That's going to be this doe right here, third from the end. I love the strength of the front end assembly. I love the width, the depth, and power and substance she's showing us today, as well as that overall spring of rib. And she will be our reserve Louisiana bred champion.
Our champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Ava Bailey Livingston, and our reserve champion and reserve Louisiana bred goes to Ella Bailey Livingston.
Results of our AOB Dairy Junior Does. Our champion is Madison Whetstone. Scoot over. Our reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred is Kinsley Henderson, and our reserve champion Louisiana bred is Cameron Hudspeth. Coming back into the ring right now is our AOB Dairy Doe Drive.
We got our single entry in here. Certainly a good built kind of a goat. I think her skeleton's right. I think still immature, but going to have a lot of body. I think some maternal characteristics that we really appreciate.
Just a beautiful set of 4 goats out here. I love all 4 of these does. They're just so correct. And they're really similar. I think we look at the senior doe and see that style and substance we're seeing from her, particularly with that extension of brisket and that upstandingness and the correctness of feet and legs. And then we see that similar style in this La Mancha doe right behind her. But for me, when you put that together with she was 8, right? When you put that together with an 8-year-old frame, and the beautiful mammary system this doe had, I think it's just such a clear choice to go to this Alpine doe, the head of the line. She'll be our grand champion today. We bring back in our Sonnen doe here, who stood reserved to the grand champion in the senior doe division. And once again, it's just not even, it's not to take anything away from this beautiful La Mancha doe that stood grand champion junior doe. But when you have a doe that's so similar in style, that has all the correct components, but then you add that beautiful mammary system and that maturity to her, where it's an easy choice to come back and use our Sonnen for reserve grand champion.
We've got another nice set of does out here. The one that wins our painted up doe kid, just a little more to her in terms of substance. I think she's built right. I think she's elegant up through that front end. I think a lot of positive. I like the extra extension and frame that we find in 2. Maybe not quite as opened up and not quite as shapely, but wow, this one's got a lot of grow, a lot of performance. I think real positive. Likewise in 3, here's one that's got enough rib shape. We're deep enough. We're practical enough in our kind, just not put together quite as well as the first 2. Nice set from top to bottom.
Results of our AOB Dairy Doe. Our grand champion and grand champion Louisiana bred is Caden Tucker. And our reserve champion Louisiana bred is also Caden Tucker. We're starting with our AOB Dairy Bucks, class number 415. There are 3 entries.
There's a little one.
As we get into this class of does, I think we've got one that wins this class, and she's pretty exciting to look at and to study, because I'll tell you what, she's one of the biggest volume, biggest ribbed ones that we have come in. Maybe as much natural thickness and muscle shape as we've seen. And then you study her skeleton and her feet and legs, and she's built right. Her joints go in the right direction. We're flexible. She looks even better on the move than she does propped up, and that's good livestock for you. Coming in second, love the lines, love this one's front end, super feminine up there through her front end. She maybe closes up just a little on that chest floor, not quite as wide open as we'd ideally like, but her skeletal build and her look, pretty deadly. Coming into third, I appreciate that about this one. She's a little bigger ribbed, maybe just a touch straighter in her front, not quite as good in her hip as the one just in front of her, but really fundamental and practical. We've got our doe in fourth. I wish she'd get out and move, because I think we've got some good in her, but she's so stubborn about wanting to walk. It's hard to evaluate just where she's at in terms of her feet and legs. And our young man on the end of the class here, one that I think has got better days ahead. We're just looking a little tougher in our skin and hair coat today, but I think a nice set from top to bottom. Please put your hands together to congratulate him.
All right, so our lineup, our class here of junior bucks and our AOB division. And once again, we look at the buck scorecard, we just see 25% is allocated to feet and legs. That's such a huge component, and it really does make a difference. You look at the when we evaluate these three bucks, this buck here in the front of the line is just so much more correct in those feet and legs. He's more angulated in that rear leg set. He's wider through the front legs. He's straighter and stronger in that foreleg. He's also deeper into the chest floor than we see with the buck here in two. Two placing over three, just more correct placement of those forelegs under those withers. He's a little longer boned, longer in the neck and sharper in the withers than our third place doe. He will yield some to the angulation and set to the rear legs of our third place doe, and he should be commended today.
Results of class number 415, AOB Dairy Buck. Third, Raina Crawford, St. Tammany. Second, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoa. First Louisiana bred, Colton Hess Terrebonne. Class number 416 is entering the ring.
Attention in the barn. Market goat showmanship will begin 10 minutes after the conclusion of the Supreme Drive.
Guys, I never claimed to be an expert in the AOB goat breeds or some of the different breeds, and I try to stay kind of in my own lane, but I tell you what, good livestock's good livestock, and both of these are awfully good. We're going to go ahead and move that young lady up to the front of the line if we could, please. This one is so special in terms of where she's at, in terms of rib, volume, natural thickness, and muscling. Just incredible. You put that kind of rib and muscle in one, it's really hard to keep them good on their feet and legs, and she's done that. Study that height, study that front end. Everything's laid in there really well. I like that one a great deal. Likewise, the young man in second, I tell you what, you want to study a goat in terms of levelness from the top of that shoulder, that wither, down the top and out to an extremely level hip. This one's got it. You watch this one on the move. She moves almost flawlessly. Really like a lot of things about this one. I think a very difficult decision and two awful good ones. Give these two young people a nice hand, please.
Placings in class 608. Second place, Jacob Lamarca, Tangipahoa. First place, Berkeley Lee, St. Tammany. Now entering the ring, class 609.
All right, starting off this almost yearling buck division class here in our AOB division with a pair of bucks that just really strong, very certainly showing a lot of substance and strength. The advantage for me once again lies with feet and legs. This buck here, the Sonnen buck, is just so much stronger in the foreleg and placement of those forelegs. He's more angulated in that rear leg set. 2 in his turn, placing over 3. While he will yield some to that angulation, he just has a tremendous advantage in both power and strength, depth in the chest, but also length of bone, but also width through the hocks over our buck here in 3. Once again, while yielding to that rear leg set angulation. 3 in his turn, placing over 4, just a lot more width from throw to thurl and width through the hocks on the move. 4 in his turn, placing over 5, probably the closest placing in the class, but advantage lies with he has more width through the hocks, less tendency to hawk in, a little more, just a little more length of bone. And then 5 placing over 6. He's wider from throw to thurl. He's longer boned. He's more upstanding, and he's stronger in those rear pasterns today.
We've got a nice set, and I think we can bounce back and forth between these two. The one that wins is probably, to me, just a little bigger in terms of her rib, a little stouter in terms of her feature, more natural thickness down her top, maybe just a touch more moderate in terms of her frame size. Love the extension in number 2 here. She's really good in her top line. She may be just as good or better in that hip and hind leg. So it's a lot of give and take. One that's a little more opened up, one that's a little more elevated in the extension. Nice set. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 609, second place, first place, Louisiana bred, Ella Bailey, Livingston. First place, Jada DeVille, Iberville. Now entering the ring, Class 610.
Results of class number 416. 6th place, second Louisiana bred, Ethan Smith, Rapides. 5th, Jacob Hutchinson, Livingston. 4th, Cheyenne Vasilio, Tangipahoa. 3rd, first Louisiana bred, Caden Tucker, Walker High, FFA. 2nd, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. And 1st, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. Coming back into the ring for our AOB Dairy Buck Drive from class number 415, Colton Hess, and 416, Ellie Lyons.
Attention in the barn. All of our meat, doe, and buck champions and reserve champions need to start making their way to the makeup arena.
That's our lineup here for selection of AOB Buck Champion. We have 2 really nice bucks in this first lineup. This mini Nubian buck in the first in the young kid class, and then our senior kid class that had this really stretchy, lengthy Sonnen style buck or Sonnen buck here in 2. The advantage for me lies with the buck here that just shows a tremendous length of bone and openness, and a buck that shows an advantage today in feet and legs. With that, just that angulation set to the rear leg and width through the hocks. He combines that with just a tremendous amount of dairy strength and sharpness, and that's going to be the Sonnen buck here at the back of the line. He'll be our champion. And then we evaluate the La Mancha buck that stood second to him. Not quite as strong in feet and legs as our first place buck. I felt like those front legs need to be just a bit further back, but still a lot of strength in that rear leg set, width through the hocks. He's more nearly level from hips to pins, and he's wider from throw to thurl. He'll be our reserve champion, the buck that stood second to our champion.
Don't move.
Guys, we get into these all other breeds. Sometimes you don't expect as much quality as what might show up, but we've got a couple in here that are really, really good. The doe that leads the class off, you want to talk about balance and skeletal build and study where knee set is and where that rear hock sets in and how that hip works down into the hock to the ground. Big enough bodied, muscular enough, still elegant up through her front end. She's got a lot of good in her. Likewise, our Angora next in line. I tell you what, when you look at the body type and shape, her extra depth of body, her levelness at top, how she comes out of that shoulder into her neck. Love all those things. She wants to point just a little bit east and west up in that front feet, wants to bring those hocks together just to touch on the move. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of quality there. Young lady, you ran into a class with two really good ones because you got a big, productive looking doe here that's got the fundamentals all right, just not maybe taking things to as extreme as what we have in front of you. Great set. Congratulations.
All right, we bring back in our Louisiana bred bucks from this that class. That's the first and second buck we pulled. We brought back our third and fourth place. That was a really deep class. I thought there was some really competitive bucks in that class. And I'm going to use this buck here at the back of this first line. Just very similar in style and substance to our first and second place buck. In fact, I think he was more angulated than realistic. I believe I said that second place buck that stood second in front of him was yielding an angulation and rear leg set. I just think this buck is just so strong in feet and legs. He'll be our grand champion, Louisiana bred AOB buck. And then it gets a little closer in the placing, and I'm going to come back and use our junior kid for reserve Louisiana bred buck. He's just a little more correct in that area of rump, just being more nearly level from thorough to thorough, and just a bit more, more strength in his frame than what we're seeing with this Alpine buck. More masculinity and strength in relation to his frame, even though he's smaller, he's more correct in that area of the scorecard compared to our Alpine buck that stood fourth in that class. He'll be our reserve Louisiana bred champion. That's the junior buck kid.
Right behind you,
Results of our AOB Dairy Buck. Our champion is Ellie Lyons from St. Landry. Our reserve champion, Cameron Hudspeth, Livingston. Our grand champion, Louisiana bred, Caden Tucker from Walker. And our reserve champion, Colton Hess from Terrebonne. We're selecting our AOB goat trip, AOB Dairy goat trip.
We're going to leave these stand just as they are. And I tell you what, this young lady up front just shows the wheels off of this one in terms of just kipping this one. Set up perfect. I appreciate that. I think this one has enough body and extra extension and growth rate. I like all those things. Maybe coming just a little forward to that front knee and breaking down because of that, a touch in those front pasterns. But I think we're still acceptable. Appreciate the enthusiasm and her ability to get one stuck. Young man's goat next in line. I like a lot of things about this one. Doesn't maybe want to set up as well for the young man. We want to bring those hocks together. We get a little straight in that rear hock in terms of muscularity at top and hip. Phenomenal. Tightness of hide, phenomenal. Really cool up through that front end.
Placings in class 612, second place, first place, Louisiana bred, Robert Lejeune, Evangeline. First place, Kaylee Giat, West Baton Rouge. Now entering the ring, class 613.
As we move to a single entry, I tell you what, this one is big bodied, functional, and we talk about livestock that are productive and can get out and do things and raise young on their own year in and year out. This is what they look like. I think skeleton is good, body, ease of fleshing, all those things that we talk about across species come into play here. Nice job. Congratulations, young lady.
Attention in the morning, we have a pair of glasses at the announcers table and also a number holder that can be identified.
We've got an interesting class here. I really like the fundamentals, the production, the function that we find in our class winner here. Everything we talk about in terms of body, some natural thickness, correctness of design in terms of skeletal correctness and how we hit the ground. She gets out here and goes extremely, extremely well. Our second place Angora, this one came in and I thought, wow, that one's going to be hard to get around. And I think she still has a lot of good in her. My concern is I get my hands on her. She's probably just a little skinnier, a little thinner than where I ideally want to be. But I tell you what, she's got a build to her. She's got a look to her. She's got a lot of good things going on. Next in line, we've got one that to me is really functional, productive. She's big enough in her center rib. Maybe not perfect in terms of we get out in that hip and hind leg, but still really, really good. Got into a very tough class.
Placings in class 614, Ella Bailey, third place, Ella Bailey Livingston. Second place, Louisiana bred, Lane Diffie Jackson. First place, Louisiana bred, Aubrey Terrio Acadia. Attention in the morning, market goat classes have been posted. Please go check your classes and your entries. If there are anything that needs to be changed, please go to the show office.
Results from our AOB Dairy Buck. Our champion, Ellie Lyons from St. Landry. Reserve champion, Cameron Hudspeth from Livingston. Grand champion, Caden Tucker from Walker FFA. And our reserve champion, Louisiana bred, Colton Hess from Terrebonne. We're moving on to our commercial dairy does. Our doelings, there are 9 in a class. Kinley Henderson, last call for your dairy doling commercial dough. 9235. Kinley Henderson, last call. Your class is entering the ring.
I tell you what, as a judge, this is maybe one of the more difficult things to do when you have various breeds that come together in a champion drive, because some say, well, let's look for the best one within that breed. Which one's going to do the best at their national show or junior national, whatever it may be. Others say just go out and find the best one, irregardless of where the breed is. I guess with my background, I can appreciate any breed of livestock that comes to me. And I think we see a lot of quality out here across breeds. They're all meant to be a little bit different. That's a good thing, because in the commercial world, we can grab a hold of those pieces from different breeds and different traits that they tend to bring to the table and try to make use of those. Because of my background and primarily in the weather game, I can lean a little more towards those kind of goats, and it's easier for me to maybe evaluate them. That doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the rest of them, because we've got a front row lineup out here really, really good. And I like the fact that they're all productive, they're all functional in their kind, the kind that we can turn out, and hopefully they're going to become good mothers, raise some goats for us that really excel. With that in mind, I appreciate the effort, the time, the quality that's been brought to us across breeds that we have out here at our AOBs. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for a big round of applause, if you would.
This is our junior kid commercial doe class, and starting off with the mini sawn in here in the head of our line, just really excels the class in general appearance, the smoothness of blending, width, openness of rib, spring of rib, correctness of feet and legs. She's stronger and straighter and showing more substance in that front leg than we see with really not just two, but the balance of the class. She's showing greater spring of rib, greater depth into that heart girth than what we're seeing with her doe here in two. I made a last minute correction here in 2 and 3, a last minute swap. 2 placing over 3, just more correct in that angulation set to the rear legs. She's more stronger in those rear pasterns. Just really love the just the openness and angulation and sharpness of our second place kid. 3 placing over 4, just much more correct in that foreleg. She's also more level from hips to pins. 4 placing over 5, just a little more strength and depth. She's deeper into the heart girth, deeper into the rear barrel. And then 5 placing over 6. She's straighter in that foreleg. She's more nearly level from hips to pins, and she's longer bone than our doe here at the end of the line today.
Our champion AOB doe goes to Lee Berkeley. St. Tammany. Our reserve champion and champion Louisiana bred goes to Aubrey Terrio Acadia. We now need to pick our reserve champion Louisiana bred.
Results of our commercial dairy dolings.
Third place.
Sixth, Mackenzie Smith, St. Tammany. Fifth, Brylan Hayward, Pearl River High FFA. Fourth, Isabel Goss, Livingston. Third, Madison Whetstone, Tangipahoa. Second, Violet Fontenot, Morehouse. And first, Ellie Lyons, St. Landry. Class number 102, our yearling Dairy Does is entering the ring.
Our reserve champion, Louisiana Bred, goes to Emma Claire Lachele, Iberia.
All right, this is a commercial doe class with both does in milk and junior does in the same lineup. We're going to use our different scorecards here for our senior does, and then our junior doe scorecard for the two does here at the end of the line. And a doe here at the head of the line just really excelling in general appearance over a doe here in two. She levels out more over that rump as well as over that chine area. She's a little more correct in the placement and set of those front legs. Mammary system, some trade-offs in the mammary system. She's going to yield some to the balance and side profile and the placement of teat, but it's really the general appearance and dairy strength, length of neck, sharpness, angulation, set to the rear legs that she's placing over a doe here in two. Two placing over three. Once again, switching up the scorecards here with our junior doe. We just have a doe that's just more deeper bone, deeper bodied. She's deeper into the chest, deeper into the rear barrel, and wider throughout. And then three placing over four, also a width issue. She's just wider from throw to throw in relation to her frame. She levels out more over that chine. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the shoulders than what we see with our La Mancha doe here at the end of the line today. Our La Mancha doe at the end of the line, I want to commend her today for strength of pastern.
Results of our commercial dairy does, our yearling does. Fourth, Isabel Goss, Livingston. Third, Tegan Email, Boya Junior High FFA. Second, Raylan Whetstone, Tangipahoe. First Louisiana bred, Lena Goodo from Vermilion. Age does are coming in now, our commercial dairy does, class 103 age does. After our age doe class, we're going to select our champion commercial doe, and then we will select a supreme doe and supreme buck. So all of our breed champions and breed champion Louisiana bred, you need to be in the makeup arena. All of our dairy breed champions and champion Louisiana bred and reserve champions need to be in the makeup arena. I guess we don't need